is also a staff of the Nigerian Communications Commission in the same department with me, and she is the head of digital media at NCC. Please welcome her properly. So it's so good to have you here. You know, in the last 1 week or so, the space in Nigeria has been agog with issues of internet governance, and we have here in our midst the representative of the Speaker of the Parliament in Nigeria, the House of Representatives, which is one of the houses of Parliament in Nigeria. Honorable Adedeji Stanley Olajide is representing Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, the Speaker of the Nigerian House of Representatives. I need you to welcome him properly. He's here with his brother members of Parliament in other countries in Africa, Ghana, Niger. You will meet them appropriately at the right time. And so I welcome you all to this session. I told you earlier that you'll meet the lovely ladies later. So I'll just get onto the business session quickly. We will have the panel constituted, the first panel constituted right away, and the panel will be discussing digital cooperation between African parliamentarians. So it's a parliamentary roundtable, and the session will be moderated by Professor Nina Ifeanyi Ajufo. She is a professor of technology law at the University of Bradford, United Kingdom. Professor Ifeanyi Ajufo. Please put your hands together for her. It is my privilege to also invite big brother Abdul Hakim Ajijola. He is a globally recognized cybersecurity expert. And I use the word big brother because some of the things I know, the good things I know, he's one of those who taught me. Please put your hands together once again for him. I also invite Jamila Akaga Ade, who is head Cyber Crimes Unit in the Federal Ministry of Justice in Nigeria. Please put your hands together for her. Welcome. Welcome, Jamila. It is my honor also to invite Honorable Modestus Amutse, who is a member of Parliament, Republic of Namibia. Honorable Modestus, thank you, thank you. And finally, Honorable Alhage Mpo, who is a member of the Parliament in the Republic of the Gambia. Please put your hands together for Honorable Mpo. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. One more. Who is that first? Do you want to give it to me? Finally, I'm inviting Folake Olagunju, Principal Program Officer for Cybersecurity, Internet, and E-Applications at the ECOWAS Commission. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Just before Professor Ifeanyi Ajufo will take the stage to moderate this panel discussion, permit me to invite the Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives in Nigeria, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, who is here ably represented by Honorable Stanley Adedeji Olajide. Please put your hands together for Honorable Olajide. Thank you.
Good morning. It's so good to be here. Permit me to stand on already established protocol. I am Honorable Adedeji Stanley Olajide, member of House of Representatives, the Chairman House Committee on Information Communication Technology and Cybersecurity. I know so many people here, and just permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I'm standing here to give the speech, the remarks by the Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, Speaker, House of Representatives at this 12th African Internet Governance, Communication, Innovation, Digital Economy on this day, Wednesday, September 20, 2023. I start. I am delighted to be with you at this very important event of the 12th African Internet Governance Forum to thank the Ministry of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy for this initiative. I understand that many stakeholders from across Africa, including parliamentarians, are here to discuss and shape the future of internet governance on our continent. It is gratifying to have you in our country. The theme of this year's forum is both timely and relevant. It is in this today interconnected world, digital technology has become an integral part of our daily life, transforming various sectors and industry. The internet is in particular has revolutionized communication, commerce, education, healthcare, and governance. Africa has experienced significant growth in internet penetration over the past decade. It is estimated that the number of internet users in Africa has more than doubled since 2010, reaching over 525 million users in 2020. In fact, in Nigeria alone, the National Bureau of Statistics reported in the fourth quarter of 2022 that active internet subscribers stood at 154,847,901, which was an increase of 12,876,000 thereabout subscribers from the 141,971,560 reported in the quarter 4 of 2021 by the National Bureau of Statistics. This rapid expansion presents immense opportunity for economic development, social inclusion, and innovation across the continent. However, with these opportunities come challenges that must be addressed to ensure a safe, secure, and inclusive digital environment for all of Africa. One of the key issues we are faced in digital divide that exists within and between countries, while some regions have access to high-speed internet access, digital infrastructure, others still lag behind. This disparity hinders equal access to information, education, healthcare services, and economic opportunity. To bridge this divide, it is crucial that we prioritize investment in the digital infrastructure and connectivity across Africa. Governments must work hand in hand with private sector players to expand broadband coverage, improve network quality, and reduce cost. There should be policy targeted at promoting digital literacy and skills development to empower individuals and communities to full participate in the digital economy. Furthermore, while significant progress has been made in expanding internet across Africa over the past decade, there's still a lot of substantial digital divide between the urban and the rural areas. Millions of people across the continent are still without access to affordable and reliable internet services. This divide not only hampers economic growth, but also exacerbate existing inequalities. Furthermore, we must address the issue of cybersecurity. The increasing reliance on digital technology, the threat landscape has become more complex and sophisticated. Cyber attacks can have devastating consequences for individuals, businesses, and even national security. Therefore, it is crucial that we strengthen our cybersecurity framework, enhance collaboration between government, individual stakeholders, and civil societies organizations, and raise awareness about online threats and best practices for protection. Leading to my next point, which is, as representative of the people, the House of Representatives has enacted laws to address cyber-related crimes to ensure the protection of online privacy, digital security, and digital rights. As more Africans come online, it is essential that their personal information is safeguarded and their rights are respected. The legislature in different African nations should enact comprehensive data protection laws and establish robust mechanisms for oversight and enforcement. Collaboration between government, civil society organization, private sector is vital in developing effective frameworks that balance privacy and with the need of security innovation. In Africa, like other continents of the world, there is the issue of online misinformation and disinformation, in quote, which has become a significant challenge in today's digital age because of lack of regulation of social media and internet activities. Attempts by some legislators to enact legislation has met with so many resistance by the public for fear of suppression, freedom of expression without some forms of regulation. It will be difficult to control misinformation and disinformation peddled on the internet. That is why false misinformation spreads rapidly through social media platforms, posing risk to public health, democracy, and social cohesion. The Nigerian Cybercrime Act of 2015 not only protect internet users and data subjects, but also establish the procedural power, rules for cybercrime is the investigations and collection of evidence in electronic form of a criminal offense. There is more to do to ensure sanity in the use of internet services in our different countries. However, it is imperative that we promote media literacy and critical thinking skills to enable individuals to discern reliably sources of information from falsehood. Digital platforms should have ways of monitoring and moderating contents to prevent the spread of harmful misinformation. Among other significant aims of this forum, I believe this is at the core of inclusion and harmless internet governance. I do believe that the African Internet Governance Forum is a platform for dialogue, collaboration, and knowledge sharing among stakeholders involved in shaping the future of the internet in Africa. It is through these discussions that we can collectively address the challenges and seize the opportunities presented by digital technologies to transform the lives of our people positively. By leveraging on the power of digital technologies for African development, we can create more inclusive, prosperous, and sustainable future for all of Africans, and the time to do so is now. It is on this note that I wish you fruitful deliberation and look forward to the outcome of this forum that would enrich our legislative process in the exercise of our constitutional responsibilities of lawmaking and representation and oversight. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
We can clap again. Thank you. The panel is, you have listened to the Speaker of Federal House of Representatives in Nigeria, and I don't need to recall what he has said. I mean, we have a panel that is made up of experts. I mean, it's rare to have such an assemblage, and I believe that they will do justice to the topic that relates with digital cooperation between African parliamentarians. I'm handing over right away to Professor Ifeanyi Ajufo for
That's fine.
Thank
you.
you.
Very
Please
much.
put your hands together once more for the panel, for the panelists.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you, Honorable, for that call to a paradigm shifting approach to internet governance in Africa. And that's very pertinent to our discussion this morning. And welcome to this roundtable on strengthening cybersecurity governance, navigating regulatory frameworks for a secure digital Africa. One of the important aspects of the Internet Governance Forum is that it's a multi-stakeholder platform aimed at facilitating digital transformation through prioritizing access, trust, security, and innovation. And we find that the UN has continued to prioritize this initiative because it brings together government, civil society, academia, private sector, and the technical community to engage in meaningful dialogue towards addressing internet-related issues. One of the instruments that have resonated since we started the African Internet Governance Forum since yesterday, and even before yesterday, is the Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa. And cybersecurity is a cross-cutting theme of the Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa 2020 to 2030. Cybersecurity has become a key issue for the African region. Now, while digital technologies shape the landscape for our economic and societal development, it has also created immense vulnerability for individuals, for governments, for the public, and for private entities. And so this parliamentary track is aimed at discussing the regulatory frameworks that actively promotes a more secure digital Africa through a multi-stakeholder perspective. Importantly, the roundtable is also aimed at providing parliamentarians from across the African continent an opportunity to exchange good practices, discuss challenges and solutions, and engage with other stakeholders in a dialogue that is aimed to inform efficient and effective policymaking and implementation. Of course, parliamentarians are the primary actors when you talk about governance, regulation, policy, and lawmaking, but at the same time, we see that there is a prioritization of a multi-stakeholder approach to cyber governance across the globe. Importantly, the Malabo Convention, the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, which just came into force, entered into force in June of this year, also prioritizes a multi-stakeholder approach to cybersecurity governance in its Article 26. So as has already been introduced, I am joined by this distinguished panelists versed in the area of cyber security. We will allow them respond to questions. We'll have a prior discussion, and of course, we'll open the floor to questions and to comments from everyone. To start off, I would like us to deliberate on the regulatory approaches to cybersecurity from the national to the sub-regional and then the regional perspectives in Africa. It's important that we look at the policy, regulatory and legislative measures that need to be put in place to increase the level of cybersecurity and to address cybercrime, both at the national, the sub-regional, and at the continental level. And I will start with Jamila, who is the head of the cybercrime unit of the Ministry of Justice. Jamila has been the delegate, the Nigerian delegate to the UN process to elaborate a global cybercrime convention. She has been leading Nigeria's negotiations at that platform. And it will be good for you to speak to us about your thoughts on the policy, regulatory, and legislative measures that need to be put in place across African nations to increase the level of cybersecurity and to address cybercrime. Jamila, please.
Thank you very much, Nenda. I would like to start by saying good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure being here this morning. So yes, talking about the frameworks that are needed, I would like to first of all also just restate that cybersecurity comes with the promotion of certain benefits that would only be enjoyed if the environment is cyber secured. So generally speaking, the frameworks that are needed are those which are aimed at driving secure, resilient digital economies and safe cyberspaces for citizens, and that also enhance international cooperation on cyber matters. They should advance whole of society, multi-stakeholder approach to cyber governance, and should also include the development of a skilled workforce, being that, of course, is an evolving area, and then skills need to be developed in this particular area. And the policy should also give room for amendments, noting, of course, the fact that trends keep emerging. So, for example, as at the time that a particular policy and strategic document was adopted, ransomware may not have evolved to the state that it's at today. So going down on the specifics on cybersecurity, they should actually focus on policies and procedures that secure and protect systems and assets. They should advance the goal of confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And for example, like having designation and protection of critical national information infrastructure. And again, international cooperation, I restate. On cybercrimes, they should focus on what the country considers whether cyber-dependent or cyber-enabled crimes, and should provide for instruments that criminalize conducts that affect data, systems, and networks, and also provides for procedural powers that are subject to conditions and safeguards for judicial authorities as it relates to obtaining evidence, in this case, electronic evidence. It will therefore suffice to state, as I end, that cybercrime and cybersecurity laws should be aligned with regional and international standards. They should also provide for the maintenance of international cooperation, of course, noting the global interconnectedness that has to do with cybercrimes and cybersecurity issues, and of course, also provide for effective prosecutions of these cyber criminals. Thank you very much, Nena.
Thank you very much, Jamila. And I hear you clearly that a harmonized approach is important so that national legislation can align with regional and sub-regional frameworks as well as provide for cooperation, which is of course needed considering the nature of cyberspace. Folake, you have been very influential in the promotion of the ECOWAS cybercrime and cybersecurity strategy across the regions. Of course, we have the various sub-regional organizations across Africa, and they've also been pursuing efforts to promote cybersecurity. It would also be good to hear your perspective on the policy, regulatory, and legislative measures that we need to put in place, particularly at the sub-regional level, to increase the level of cybersecurity in the region.
Thank you very much, Neno. So I'm just going to leverage on what Jamila has said, because it's no different from a regional perspective. But for us, our main challenge from the Commission is that within West Africa, a lot of the member states are actually LDCs, so least developed countries. So in trying to ensure that there's a good environment, we have to make sure that the big sisters across the region are actually helping the little brothers of the region. So we're looking to the Nigerias, the Cote d'Ivoires, the Senegals, the Cabo Verdes, the Togos and the Benins to actually help us bring them up. So what we have done from the regional perspective is to put in place, as Nena rightly said, a directive that ensures that our member states actually domesticate what we've got at the regional level to their own nuances at the national level. But in doing that, one of the key things we've actually established is that it is important for each member country within ECOWAS to actually have a national cybersecurity strategy. And a lot of countries have done that, but it's not just about having a strategy. It is actually about operationalizing that strategy. And a number of countries are still struggling in actually putting in place such a strategy at the national level. You need to ensure that you have actually identified the priorities. Like Jamila rightly said, maybe your strategy didn't have anything to do with ransomware when you first had it, or it had nothing to do with IoT or AI. Strategies are living documents. You should be able to pivot once changes happen. It's also important in putting in place that national strategy that you actually have a coordinating mechanism, because it is multifaceted, it is multi-stakeholder, it affects every single person in this room and on the street. Above all, I think it's also important, as we rightly said, cybersecurity is about trust. It's a collective responsibility. It affects me, you, and the man on the street. So there has to be elements of international cooperation in any national strategy. It has to be inter, intra, and external. And I think these key points are really important. But above all, I think, not that I think actually, I know governments have to start leading by example. And a lot of governments are still not doing that. You still have a lot of governments still using Yahoo and Gmail and Outlook emails. That is not a good representation at all. So we are encouraging our governments to actually do the right thing. The people on the street look up to you. So if the government agencies are actually leading by example, that would actually be good. I always call on Ghana because Ghana is doing very, very well. They've got a really good mechanism in place. And that's not saying just Ghana is not just Ghana is doing very well, but other countries are. But I always find it easier to sort of talk about Ghana. And I talk about Ghana because Minister Ursula, a woman, and it's quite interesting that at least there are 3 women on this panel, is women bring a different dimension to cybersecurity. And when I say that, people look at me and think, are you really, really sure? And I'm like, yes. Because our thinking capacity is completely different. We have empathy. We're able to actually rationalize things that our male counterparts, due apology to the men on the panel and to the men in the audience, it's quite different. So I think even in elaborating all the national coordination mechanism you need to make sure that it actually cuts across all the sectors, all the genders, even people living with disabilities. Because if you think about it, people that live with autism, they're neurodiverse. They also have different abilities that we don't have. So it has to be all encompassing. And that is what we're encouraging at the regional level. And in doing that, we're providing support to our member states, be it financial, not a lot of money, but we are able to provide support, technical support. In terms of leveraging on our partnerships, we bring in our international partners to come in. Again, please remember, it is a collective effort, but it requires a coordinated and cooperative effort at the national level. Thank you.
Thank you, Falake. And I find ECOWAS's approach to cybersecurity regulation and policymaking very exemplary, and the fact that there is a synergy between the regional, sub-regional organization and the workings in the national jurisdiction, and particularly the gendered approach to cybersecurity policymaking and the consideration for vulnerable groups. I will come to the continental level at the head of the African region, and Abdul Hakim is the chair of the African Union Cybersecurity Experts Group. This group has been advising the African Union, that's our group member, advising the African Union on cybersecurity policy making. And importantly, we have been pushing since 2019 for the entry into force of the Malabo Convention. So please, sir, can you also speak to us about the policy, regulatory, and legislative measures that need to be put in place, particularly with the entry into force of the Malabo Convention, to increase the level of cybersecurity and to address cybercrime in the African continent?
Thank you very much. First, before I move forward, I'd just like to acknowledge in the audience, Professor Nabil. It's a pleasure, sir. Thank you very much for being here with us. And also Nenna Wakama, just to say thank you very much. These are people who have done a lot for technology in Africa and cybersecurity. So I just want to acknowledge them and appreciate them. Now, in moving forward, we do have to appreciate that digital security is multifaceted. And I think there is there's a very interesting African proverb I was reading a few days ago. A united family eats from the same plate. And from a cybersecurity point of view, this talks about a unified approach to policies, to strategies. So you need this unified approach across the continent. And I think for me, this would probably be one of the most singular important issues. It's not that the unified approach must always be in lockstep. Everybody has their nuances, but certainly you have to have high levels of interoperability, high levels of collaboration, and high levels of sharing. And so these are the kinds of things that our parliamentarians can facilitate. Now, having said that, I just want to touch on something that, or two things that Folake had talked about. I would like our parliamentarians and others in the audience, especially from government, to be aware of the US Cloud Act 2019. And what that act does is that it arrogates the right by the US for the US, basically to access any data on a US platform. Gmail, Hotmail, AOL, WhatsApp, Signal, you name it. What are the implications here? Well, first of all, if you're a US citizen, for the US government to access it, there are some checks and balances put in by their own parliamentarians. You must have a court order. But if you are not a US citizen, then the US Constitution doesn't apply to you. And so they have access to your data. The second thing that act does that you need to be aware of is that the US government arrogates itself the right to share that information with governments of its choice. Now, they will qualify it and say, yes, they have to be people, like-minded. But the point is that you have no control of your data. So if you are running your official communications through Gmail, for Lake's example, please understand, the FBI has first access to it. As a parliamentarian or as a government official, I'm not sure how good it is for you. And I just want to echo what Folake had talked about, that we must appreciate, the great strides made by the government and people of Ghana. But as I told our honorable colleague, Nigeria's jollof is still better. So in Kenya, for example, we have the Kenyan Computer Misuse Act. I think that was 2018, if I'm right. So there are these kind of initiatives. In Nigeria, we've had the second iteration of our national cybersecurity policy and strategy. These are the kinds of documents that we need to be able to harmonize with the Malabo framework so that by default, they harmonize across the continent. The other challenge I see, and especially again, this is to our parliamentary visitors, there really needs to be a lot more empowering of national authorities, but not necessarily empowering with more bites, but somehow to empower them to, in some cases, if I may say, be a little more reasonable. There's an African proverb, again, that says, if you want to go fast, you go alone, and if you want to go far, you go together. And so this actually, again, from a cybersecurity point of view, is a call for collective action. And I think this was one of the things I took away from the honorable speakers, the address that you made, sir. But at the end of the day, yes, you do need to empower these authorities. But the authorities also have to appreciate that the purpose for which you create them, for which you empower them, is not to generate revenue. Apart from maybe the tax authorities, every other arm of government, their focus needs to be on providing some kind of service, providing regulation, which means a level playing field. And what we see across Africa that we do need to address are the issues where maybe because we are broke, our regulators focus a lot on sanction instead of facilitation. And if I may just quote Simon Sinek, he says, you do not buy a car to buy fuel. And likewise, you do not create an agency, or the purpose of creating an agency is to facilitate a sector. So at the end of the day, these are the kind of things that we need to create those frameworks across the continent. But I think also we need to take into account, yes, we have our nuances, but I think also we need to take into account, yes, we have our nuances to operate, we can communicate, we can share. Because at the end of the day, no one organization, country, society can handle cybersecurity or cybercrime alone. It has to be, as others have quite rightly said, a collective act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And absolutely, we need to create a cybersecurity agenda for Africa. And as we go to the global stages, it's important that we speak one language. And even if we have our diverse approaches, it's important that we thrive on regional cooperation. I would come to our parliamentarians now, and I will start with Honorable Amutse, who has done so much in terms of internet governance. He's particularly known for proposing a motion on free Wi-Fi for all Namibians, the first in Africa. And it would be good, sir, for you to also speak to us about how these policies, how this regulatory and legislative measures can be applied in national context. How are the national authorities empowered to implement such frameworks? And what would parliamentarians need to play a significant role in the implementation of such frameworks that have been discussed?
Thank you very much. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, representatives of various institutions. I'm indeed privileged to be part of this panel and share with you partly what we do as a country in Namibia, but also to share with you what I think about Africa as an African myself. I believe that the world without internet is like a night without electricity. So we all need connectivity in order to live a normal life. But now I'm also aware that every development comes with advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of connectivity is, of course, all of us know, effectiveness, cost reduction, getting solution by the use of AI, and also to access useful information as well as destructive information. Now, we mostly focus on useful information. Now, the consumption of AI itself, in my view, has to go along with the development of national strategies to manage it. And that is where it is crucial for every individual nation to have in place an implementable cybersecurity law. And I want to emphasize implementable. And data protection laws on top of other risk and mitigation measures. Now, which should also be formulated through a multi-stakeholder collaboration approach. And that is to say, you must align your laws with the policy frameworks of the continent and also ensure that your laws conform to the standards of the international community for which we are part. Now, let me share with you some of our approaches in Namibia, because the moderator also asked me to just make a small comment on how we approach, for instance, free Wi-Fi. What are the benefits? What could be the disadvantages? And what are the approaches that we are applying in Namibia, for instance, just to share with you. Starting with, in 2012, Namibia started with a multi-stakeholder and public consultation to come up with a national cyber security strategy. By this year, 2023, Namibia launched its national cybersecurity strategy, focusing on accessibility, awareness, that's now public awareness, capacity building, putting standards, and of course, collaboration. We have also committed ourselves as a nation to ratify relevant treaties concerning governance of data and address cybersecurity threats at national level. And Namibia has enacted an access to information law as part of this process so that we can enable all people and institutions to access information held by public and private bodies. And on top of that, Namibia have also developed a country-wide training and awareness creation sessions on cybersecurity issues, so that when we promote connectivity, our people are not at risk. At least we believe public awareness, public education on the use of internet is very crucial for the safety and beneficiation of our people. We have further as Namibia enact an electronic transaction act, because all these speak to the elements of cybersecurity management. And finally, at the moment, we are also focusing now on increasing investment for cybersecurity programs. So when we pass our budget, we always make sure that there are provisions for cyber security management programs. Now, with all this, as I want to conclude, capacity building in various aspects is the solution to everything. We know, of course, we have to build the capacity for our people to be able to safely use the internet. We have to build the capacity of our people to be able to access the internet itself. We have also to build the capacity of our people to be able to use the internet for their own benefits and to create wealth. Now, without proper accessibility, people see themselves as marginalized, and this also can create insecurity. When you are part of the community and you feel left out by development, obviously what will happen is insecurity. So we also have always to address that in our planning as much as we talk about connectivity. Now, when the use of AI replace job opportunities of a lane, and I'm saying this because I know all of us would say no, but the use of internet create opportunities. Of course, we can also measure as to who is able to access these opportunities. Maybe the majority of the African people are not, because they are either living in areas that are not connected, or they are living with devices that cannot connect to the internet, or that cannot optimally use the information that can build themselves. So that's why I'm saying when we use AI to replace job opportunities of a layman without an alternative plan for this person to have income and to have living, that create insecurity. And that become a security threat for each nation. So I want to tell you that just between last year and this year, I've witnessed over 1,000 people having been laid off from their work, from the factories where they worked, because the factory owners have decided to mechanize the operations of these factories. And these are people who have houses, who have children who are schooling, who are now sitting at homes because unfortunately they don't have the capacities, alternative capacities to what they knew. And these are the insecurities that I'm saying. As much as we talk about cybersecurity, these are some of the elements that are often left out, but they are very, very important in the livelihood of our people. As we plan for the development of our country, we must take this into consideration. And our education systems must also talk to this. We must create a better future for an African person, for an African child, the future generation of Africa. And that we can do best by incorporating proper programs within our education system. I'm saying this because Africa must be able to produce the technology that we consume. I'm about to finish. I was just saying my analogy on production of capacity or strengthening of capacity. is actually to do with we must be able to create capacity for the people, for an African child to be able to produce technology that create jobs, technology that will be able to manage tomorrow properly, and a technology that would be fruitful to the life of every person.
Yeah.
And I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Honorable Amutse, for sharing best practices from Namibia. And it's absolutely impressive that you highlight the importance of a multi-stakeholder approach to developing regulatory frameworks for cybersecurity, but not just the development of the regulatory frameworks, but the implementation as well. And the fact that you've emphasized the need to center people at the cybersecurity agenda in our national jurisdictions. And of course, Honorable Mbo, we all know you've taken various parliamentary leadership positions in relation to the internet governance at national, the regional, and even at the UN level with your membership on the multi-stakeholder advisory group of the Internet Governance Forum in 2021. It would also be good to share perspectives from Gambia. Gambia recently paved the way for the entry into force of the Malabo Convention. How are national authorities empowered to implement this policy, regulatory, and legislative frameworks, and what would parliamentarians need to play a significant role in the implementation of such frameworks?
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. All protocols respectfully observed. I think we are discussing a very important topic in this day and age, that is dealing with the internet. First, I'll just start from the top, that is from the aspect of the Malabo Protocol, which as a member of the Pan-African Parliament, my honorable member Mustafa from Djibouti and Letele from Botswana, we've been really very critical to ensuring that member countries actually sign and ratify the protocol, because it is a basis on which countries can actually develop their own policies, develop their own frameworks on which everything else can come on board. So we are happy that now member countries actually can go ahead and do what they need to do. Now in the Gambia, I can give you in very short, it was a coincidence that my company was also contracted to develop ICT for master plan for the Gambia government. Because I was in the private sector, now I'm on the other side of the divide. So we developed this master plan for the Gambia. And part of the master plan, actually, we discuss frameworks and policies relating to cybersecurity, relating to STI, which is science, technology, and innovation, women in technology, and also agriculture, and just to name few. And we were able to develop. Now, from there, now being a member of parliament, we had to actually now make the government, accountable for what they're supposed to do in terms of the regulations. What we realized as Parliament of the Gambia is the Communication Act of 2009 it has only one page dealing with cybersecurity. And that was really, was bad. So we asked the government to go back to review the Communication Act, which pretty much deals with telecom sector itself for the large part. Now the government actually has gone back. They've developed a cybersecurity bill. They've also developed a bill on personal data protection, which they're going to bring to Parliament in a moment. However, before we get there, we also realize that the government can do interceptions in the Gambia without asking anybody. So what we did at the Parliament is we amended that particular law, meaning the government cannot just intercept any communication within the country without going to court, which means you have to have a court order. And to do that, the Minister of Justice or any prosecutor would have to give a probable cause for that actually to happen. And we did that only to ensure that there's trust between the stakeholders and the government. Because if there is lack of trust between government and the stakeholders, we are ready for a very, very long fight. And that's the reason why we do that. Now in the Gambia, you cannot intercept any communication without actually going to court first, and the court must give you the powers to be able to intercept, which is the first step that we actually have done as a parliament. Now, the other one we have done also as a parliament is, we have parliamentary practice all over the continent. That's the powers that we do, which is parliamentary questions. Like we bring the minister and ask, how far actually have you done with the A, B, C, and D? And again, right now, as we speak, the connectivity is an issue because Gambia actually has only one submarine cable, when some other countries actually have 2, 3, or 8 just for backup systems and also for business continuity, because we cannot do without the internet. Now, just 2 days ago, the minister sent me a message that now they've secured funding to do the second fiber undersea cable in the country, and that's going to actually create a resilience and stuff. So you're going to see that parliamentarians actually have a big responsibility to ensure that we put the government to account. But above all, we must ensure that we talk, and we also bring in the the other stakeholders. Now, the other aspect members of parliament actually have done, which myself did, is to ask the government to identify the critical infrastructure of government. Number two, also, we told them also to ensure that, just like my sister said, you cannot be using Gmail, Yahoo, Hotmail, you name them for government transactions. You cannot do that. Any serious government will not allow that to actually happen, because at the end of the day, who keeps that data? Where does the data reside? Who has access? So we instruct the minister to go ahead and then create our own emails, which is managed by Gambia, stored in the Gambia, and also we mean the entire security aspect of it is actually resident in the Gambia instead of using Yahoo or email. Because most of the ministers, not only in Gambia, but across the continent, they give you a business card, what you see is Gmail. They give you a business card, what you see is Yahoo. What they give you a business card, you see is AOL and etc., etc. That is not acceptable. And as members of parliament, we must take the responsibility to ensure that that stops. We must ensure that our critical infrastructure are identified and protected. We must also ensure that the data, whoever is collecting data, how do you store that data? Who do you share the data with? I think there are regulations. And the last aspect that we have done as a parliament is we created a law called mutual legal assistance, which is critical. In this cyber world, or in this age, you cannot deal with only your own country. You must collaborate with other countries, like you said. Now, to do so, there was an incident in Gambia 3 years ago where somebody, I'm not going to name countries, in one country was using another machine in a different country to access a financial institution in the Gambia. 3 countries were involved. How do we resolve that? So the mutual legal assistance bill that actually passed into parliament now is going to help us be able to work with the Ghanaians, work with the Nigerians, and also work with the Senegalese so that perpetrators can be booked on time. Without that mutual legal assistance, it's going to be really very, very difficult to do. Now I'm talking about to work with, the mutual legal assistance allow us to work with other countries, like any country in Africa, like Ghana, Nigeria, all over the place. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about. No, the incident has nothing to do with that. I'm talking about the incident. The incident, I don't want to name names for the incident. I'm talking about the mutual legal assistance bill. Allow us to be able to collaborate with Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, Mauritania, all over the countries. That's what it actually does. But the incident, I'm not going to mention countries, but it was an issue because how can the Gambia, like a law enforcement, hold somebody accountable in another country? Is really very difficult. But through collaboration and the enacting this particular law, that will allow us to be able to collaborate. And we work also very closely with AFRIPOL that actually help the law enforcement officers in terms of capacity building and also to support them to be able to track these cyber criminals, across the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbo, for sharing best practices as well from Gambia. Gambia is indeed taking giant strides. Just in June, Gambia held a regional workshop for digital identity. And just last week, Gambia as well launched the West African Digital Governance Forum in Gambia, bringing together representatives across the region. If you asked me what I took away from the panel discussions this first round, I will say cooperation, cooperation, cooperation. In one word, whether voiced as mutual legal assistance, whether voiced as multi-stakeholder approach, one word that has resonated is cooperation, cooperation, cooperation. We need to cooperate for cybersecurity in the region. And I would like to open the floor to questions and comments. Feel free to make a comment to add to what I see so many parliamentarians. It would also be good to take lessons from you as well to add to our reports. So I would open the floor for questions, for comments, and then we would round up with responses, short responses from the panelists before we close the session. Yes, please, ladies first. Huda, please. Microphone, please. So we'll take a question from Huda and the gentleman behind Huda. I see my brother from the SADC region, the Sadak region. I don't think we can take Oh my God, we are so short of time. Okay.
Okay, thank
Huda,
you so
please.
much for this great presentation. I want to know if
Huda, please, would you mind standing? Tell us who you
yes.
are, your country, and then briefly
Okay,
question.
So I am PhD in telecommunication, working with Tunisia Telecom operator. My question is about due to rise of artificial intelligence, there is a risk of loss of many jobs. Do you have any suggestion? It is necessary of upskilling, reconversion. What do you think? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take the questions and then respond. Huda, they didn't hear you very well. It's about artificial intelligence and how to move towards securing the region in relation to artificial intelligence. Yes, sir, please.
My name is Kwekwenchi. I represent the African Open Data Internet Research Foundation. I'm from Ghana as well. I think the honorable member from Namibia, you raised a point about, I think it was skills training and trying to impart skills. I sit on a committee in Ghana in which there's a reform, especially from the technical and vocational side. And I think this is an opportunity because I think most of the times we talk about cooperation. And we are doing a lot of revamping of the technical vocational education in Ghana, and which is more towards competency-based training, in which persons become competence-based trained. And basically what is happening is that you have various models. So it doesn't go through the traditional. I think most of the time when we talk about skills training, we have to be able to break it down to various models, various sessions in which people can be trained. And one pet peeve I always add to in trying to share information and skills, please, across Africa, can we make use of our retired teachers who are able to break most of these concepts, most of these skills, most of these things down to languages, to our grassroots? Because our people who are down there in the network, I mean, the gentleman was talking about cybersecurity. Our weakest link is ourselves within us, because if we don't have this information, this knowledge, which is from the grassroots themselves, who are also connected, who also need to be connected, like doing with the internet, we need to break down this thing so that retired teachers who also have skills can even translate it into languages for our people at a lower level. It is important because we're talking high level here and the lower grassroots are not understanding what we are saying. It's also another disconnection that we have. So I think this is something that we can consider. Thank you.
Can we take a question from the honorable parliamentarian from Nigeria right in front, and then the honorable parliamentarian from Botswana right in front, and then the representative from SADC?
Thank you once again, Honorable Adedeji Stanley Olajide, House Committee Chairman for Information, Communication Technology and Cybersecurity. Perhaps let me also recognize the presence of my counterpart on the Senate side, Senator Salisu, who is also here because we speak with one voice. I'm also going to say this because one of the action items that I'm going to take away to actually deliver to the speaker, when all the speakers get together in their forum, they must table what we're discussing today. Secondly, because when we're having conversations like this, the next thing I'm thinking about is what's the next step? Perhaps all of the legislators here, we need to meet before we all go our separate ways. Let's talk about what we have gained, and let's talk about some of the action items that we are going to take to our separate chambers so that we can start the process of making change, so that by the time we meet here next year or whenever we're going to meet again, we would have made significant progress. Thank you.
Check 1, 2. Thank you, Madam Moderator and the panelists. Having listened to the panelists here, I made to understand that if we can, talking about to domesticate laws, really this one it's a non-starter, because most of the countries, they don't respect the convention, the treaties, the declaration, protocols. So And in those countries, you will realize that they have a good laws and they're gathering dust. So they are not implementable just because there's no zeal from the government, no will. So we will be sitting here talking about we have to do the law, the parliamentarians, they have to come up with a private member's bill. They will come to floor of parliament and be adopted. And from there will be no implementation, which means it's a futile exercise. So that is the only worry on my part, because it's not on my country, it's all over the African continent, because nowadays we do follow what is the SAM doing in Ghana, fighting with the Americans, with the with the bill that he will be introducing in Ghana. So those are the things which are only going to frustrate the dream of this IGF and the partners. So that is my my main concern. But on the issue of the Gmail, Yahoo, Hotmail, really is quite frustrating. If I can give you the question, my parliamentary question that I put across the parliament and the domain, that why should we keep on using .com, .za as my neighbor? So the minister really doesn't see any value to use the .bw, to use the domain of the country that he's a minister of. So he doesn't see why I'm so fussy about the domain being domesticated to make sure that no patriotism came first. So that is the challenge, that you realize sometimes the people are there to look after the salary, and then month end, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would give the floor just behind. He's been having his hand up. The gentleman from Sadak. Yes, please. There's a lady as well. Yes. And then the honorable parliamentarian from Djibouti, please.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, honorable members of parliament. Good afternoon, good morning, colleagues. I'm from Sadak.
Sorry, please, can you summarize straight to the point? 1 minute, please, sir.
Yes, I would only 3 comments, very short ones. Regarding AI, it's been, I think, highlighted by various speakers. I think let's be players, not spectators. Let's look at developing our own standards in AI. That's the first one. The second one is on the Gmail, Hotmails, whatever. It's because people, we do have our own platforms, but they're not working. Most of the time they are down. That's why people go to Gmail and Hotmail. So let's make sure that our own domains, our own email servers are working 100%. And then lastly, regarding cybersecurity, the equipment we are buying in most of the situations is we are going for the low cost equipment. The tenders, we are saying, which one is the cheapest? So let's look at what are we buying to secure our networks. Let's buy the best. Let's buy the securable technology. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. There's the lady right there.
Good morning. I remain Naomi Mbwai Benjamin from Northeast Taraba State, Nigeria. So my question is this. I thank you for your words, sir, the one with the cap. He said government should purposely be on providing services, not generating revenue. Most of us are not interested in staying in the urban area, but because due to lack of internet, we have to come to those areas for accessibility. And this internet have caused so many havoc, especially to the rural areas, because they don't have access to information. They cannot even call their hospitals when there's any emergency. So it is a backward, like a discriminatory between the urban and the rural. Please, for all our parliamentarians that are here, they should please ensure that government should give services first and security to their citizens before anything like generating incomes and revenue. To generate income and revenue is not a bad thing, but put your citizen at the forefront. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just here in front, the honorable parliamentarian from Djibouti. Then we take a question from Smart Africa, very important. And finally, from the gentleman behind, and we close the session.
Merci. Je vais parler en français. Je serai la première personne donc qui va parler en français. J'avais une question concernant, vous avez bien parlé de la convention de Budapest et la convention de Malabo. Donc, ces deux conventions sont vraiment cruciales pour qu'il y ait une coopération et au niveau régional, mais aussi au niveau international. Donc, mais vous avez évoqué, à la Hadjembo surtout, que les députés que nous sommes doivent élaborer des lois. Mais la plus grande des questions est que dans certains pays, même le mien, à Djibouti, certains députés ne comprennent pas ou n'ont pas cette compétence au niveau du digital, ou bien les enjeux qui en découlent. Donc, il faudrait donc, ce développement des compétences des députés, augmenter ce genre d'atelier pour que tous les membres du Parlement puissent avoir ce réveil de conscience, si je peux dire ainsi, afin qu'ils puissent bénéficier des compétences dont là, on est en train de parler, des enjeux pour notre continent, mais aussi au niveau régional, mais aussi au niveau national. Donc, avoir cette culture qu'on a et que ces enjeux du numérique puissent être mis sur le devant de la scène et puissent être compris, surtout par tous les parlementaires. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Yes, please, Titianis.
Good afternoon or good morning. My name is Theonest, representing Smart Africa. Mine is just a comment or a contribution. So talking about cybersecurity, Smart Africa, we have developed the Continental Cybersecurity Blueprint, and it defines harmonized guidelines for African countries who want to develop or revise their cybersecurity strategies or projects. And we will be supporting countries to develop their frameworks and strategies, as well as build skills and capabilities and infrastructure. You talked about the multi-stakeholder approach in tackling cybersecurity issues. In August this year, we launched the Network of African Cybersecurity Authorities. So for your information, in Africa, only 16 or 17 countries have their cybersecurity authorities established, and we want to create a platform whereby these authorities can meet and exchange and share the best practice. So that's the way we are contributing in terms of cybersecurity development on African continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Janvier, we can't. Juliet at the back, there's a lady at the back. Sorry, and I was just told she's been raising her hand since the beginning. Please, 50 seconds and 50 seconds to the gentleman, and we close.
Good day, everyone. My name is Juliet Obiora, I'm representing Action Against Child Sexual Abuse Initiative. So I just wanted to add to the conversation because we've been talking about cybersecurity, but most importantly in our line of work, when we are talking about security of children online or safety of children online, it's more like a very global problem because it's happening globally. It can, what is happening here, be it sexual images that are being taken from here or sent to anywhere in the world, it's a big global problem, and it's getting worse because, as you can see, more children have access to these gadgets, to the internet, but they do not have the knowledge to use it properly. They don't have the knowledge to use it adequately. So at the end of the day, we have a lot of issues around it. So while this is not really being held really high, it's becoming a very big problem. Yes, the people from the West are already reporting their issues. They are handling it more seriously. So I just wanted to add to it that there has to be some sort of seriousness to these issues on our continent, where we have to start talking about, the privacy of issues around children. Of course, like yesterday, we talked about the AU legislation on that. I also saw that a few months ago when it launched with the Brave movement. But I just wanted to add to it that we have to really take these issues even more seriously, because more children every day are accessing the internet, they're accessing these gadgets, but they do not have the training to use it. And somehow they're being coerced and they're producing these images. So at the end of the day, it's our right to protect children, and we must actually start to, take it more seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. 50 seconds. Please, the gentleman right there. Yes.
Good day, everybody. Sorry, is it Mr. Hakim? Okay, thank you for liking the judge price. We'll add it to the vote. My question is this. I want you to give advice to our legislator here and the lady from the Ministry of Justice, because you said something about harnessing our data. So our problem will not be compiling in Nigeria, so we can make free decisions. Because I know our legislators are here, they use most of their WhatsApp, use most of their emails to communicate some sensitive documents to some government agency. Please, what advice you give to them so that most of them are here, they will listen to it and adhere to it. And you can send it through the Ministry of Justice too, so that we can start developing things ourselves where most of our legislators will not be blackmailed by the West nations to obtain information from us and put us in a black hole. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I see so many hands still up. We can't take every question and comment, but what I find absolutely interesting is that we had more comments, and we see the urge by participants to contribute to the conversation. Our parliamentarians are here. They are happy to take your questions after the roundtable. Now we have just 5 minutes. I will give the panelists 1 minute each to close, to give a closing response to your interventions and of course to our discussion this morning. And of course, I will start by my left. I will start with Folake, please, and then we'll go down.
Thank you very much, Nano. So what do Ghana, Nigeria, Senegal, and Gambia have in common? They all have a variation of jollof rice, but how did they get there? Rumor has it that many, many years ago, 4 women got together. They had starving kids. They wanted to feed them. They came together, shared information, collaborated. So what I'm going to leave you with is we need to share information. We need to collaborate. It is not about who makes the best jollof rice, but it is how you use your basic ingredients to move your national countries forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Folake. Honorable Bo, please, 1 minute.
Since she bring in the jollof rice, I can keep quiet because the issue has been resolved by Gambia, so it's okay.
Yes.
So there's no issue. There's no issue. We have resolved the issue. But on a more serious note, I just want to say one thing about the responsibilities of members of parliament dealing with cybersecurity and other laws. My colleague was talking about some of these laws, they're getting the somewhere. But I think that's where members of parliament actually are failing, because it's our responsibility to ensure that if we create laws or if we enact laws, we do follow up to ensure that they serve the purpose. If there's no need to keep laws that cannot serve any purpose. So let's ensure that we give the budgetary allocations to those institutions, particularly those that are doing an overall monitoring of our own countries. So it's important that we make it happen. And the last one also is just about the top country domain names. It's important because it's going to localize really your own particular country. So in terms of search engines, it's going to be easier and faster for them to reach your country instead of just having .com, instead of having .gm. There are a lot of important things that you really need to have as a on your country domain. .gm, .gh, .btw, .ca is quite important that the countries take charge of their domain names, and then it's going to make it much better for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdul Hakim, sir. 1 minute.
1 minute. Okay, very quickly to my honorable brother from Botswana. I think this issue of zeal, both within among parliamentarians and ministers, how do we inject this zeal? Well, let's start by understanding that currently the African cybersecurity market is about $2+ billion US. There are projections it will go between 15 and 30 billion in the next 10 years. So as parliamentarians, if you are able to get your country and your ministers to tap into that market so that young people from your country can provide cybersecurity solutions for your country, you save foreign exchange, you create jobs, you generate wealth, and certainly government will get taxes. I don't know which government official, and particularly which parliamentarian, is not interested in their constituencies, getting a job, making a little more money, and for the government treasury to have a little more tax. So I think this is one of the ways to engender zeal, which also goes to the question on domesticating data. I would urge you as parliamentarians to please ask your assistants to research on the US Cloud Act for yourselves so that you know the risks and the dangers that not only you face, but your country faces. And if I may end with a plea to our parliamentarians, please, 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 with the greatest of respect, as you are passing your laws, as you are making your debates, as you are doing your consideration, I want you, please, factor 3 groups: the underserved, the unserved, and the unborn. They are not at the table today to make inputs to you. They are not there to be able to influence your decisions, but they are the ones who are going to live in the future with your decisions and your precedents. So please factor them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Jamila, please. 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to end by emphasizing the need for a multi-stakeholder approach to continue to promote having all stakeholders that are relevant to be part of every decision process that has to do with cyber. For example, early this year, permit me to have a focus on Nigeria, being that Nigeria is also the host of this particular forum. Looking at the mandate of the Office of the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation, we started out a national consultation series on the cybercrimes legal framework in Nigeria, with a view to seeing that the law is brought up to date with emerging trends and aligning it with regional and international standards. So of course, you can see Nigeria signed the Budapest Convention last year. It is considering the Malabo Convention, and then it is part of the UN process. And then, so when you have these in view and you bring everyone who is a part of the process together, it makes the law a lot much better. So I think I will just end with that to say that let's have them being a part of the process, keep promoting the multi-stakeholder involvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jamila. Finally, Honorable Amutse, 1 minute, please. 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I want to start saying we shouldn't, as parliamentarians, create laws for the sake of compliance, but we must first strengthen our capacities and capabilities to enable us enact laws that we can implement. And I also want to leave you with this word that anything that has an element of inequality in whatever we do is candidate to insecurity. We must therefore promote equal beneficiation from the AI at all levels, because Africa cannot continue to be just a consumer, and that responsibility is on all of us. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I also look forward to an Africa where we can leverage multi-stakeholder, multi-state sector, and multi-level cooperation to create a more secure and resilient cyberspace. I must thank you all for taking the time to join us for this, what has been a very amazing session. I thank particularly the guests and the participants who took the floor. We hear you that we need a people-centered approach to cybersecurity in Africa. I must also thank our parliamentarians who have taken the time to be here. And of course, we see that you indeed desire to represent us and to promote internet governance, and particularly a secure and trusted cyberspace in Africa. I also thank these distinguished panelists for the commitment to ensuring that this discussion was robust enough. Finally, I thank myself as well for moderating this very impressive session. Have a good afternoon, and I hope we can continue the conversation. Thank you. So we'll have a group picture before we exit the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for that amazing session. I think we need to give that panel a round of applause again. I'm going to ask for another one. I'm going to officially humbly ask, can we please have a round of applause for the previous panel? Thank you so much for that. Thank you. I really think it's well-deserved, and we're certainly discussing topical issues that really set the tone for today. Before I proceed with the next session, I'm going to ask for all the members of parliament to get onto the stage just for a photo opportunity. It should take about 2 minutes or so, and then we'll proceed with the next panel. Thank you so much. If I could have all the members of parliament, please.
Like we are going back. South Africa to ensure that she becomes a parliamentarian for the EFF. Yeah.
So thank you so much for that. And I will introduce myself. My name is Advocate Zanyue Tatise Asare, half South African, half Zambian. And I think as they had introduced me, I am an advocate of the High Court of South Africa. I sit on the Consumer Advisory Panel for our independent regulator in South Africa, part of the youth team for the Africa IGF, and also a private sector player as a CEO of a technology and regulation consultancy company. If I could just ask for some silence and for us to just settle down. I know we're running a bit behind with time. And before we do proceed, I'd like to profusely apologize to our online members who are participating in this panel. I do know that you've been waiting, so we will wait for the room just to settle down for a few seconds. Our next panel will be discussing artificial intelligence, and we know that's quite a topical issue in the world that we're living in, where there's a lot of confusion in terms of the security of jobs, the security of knowledge and intellectual property infrastructure. It's a very important moment for us to give this panel our attention as we embark on this journey of understanding how artificial intelligence intersects with Africa, the future of work, and with our young population, how we can infuse our young people. I call for our moderator, Dr. Toela, I'm not quite sure if you're in the room right now, if you hear us, but if Dr. Tuela Nyorenda Jere, the head of economic integration for AUD NEPAD, please, if you could come and join us. Thank you so much. Could you please give a round of applause? And then I'd like to call on the speakers for this panel. We've got Pratik Sibao, who is online. Pratik is the program specialist for UNESCO. Pratik, if I could just get a hello from you.
Hello, I'm here, but I don't know if the video is working.
Okay, we'll wait for Pratik. If I could get physically, Fagani Tembayuk, who is the head of policy for Francophone Africa for Meta. Guys, we can do better for Meta. Thank you so much, Fagani. If we could have Professor Adewale Adodekun, Professor of the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Prof. Thank you so much. You join us on stage. And then if we could get Alex Nyingi, the Emerging Markets Public Affairs Manager for Google. Could we get a round of applause for Alex, please? Thank you. And then last and not least, can we please have Moremu Ngosi, the African Observatory on Responsible AI from Research ICT Africa. Welcome. So I'm going to leave this panel in your capable hands, Dr. Tuela, and we're very excited to hear what this panel is about. Before we do start, I'd like to just introduce Fagani, who will create a backdrop for this particular session, and then the session will proceed. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's almost lunchtime, but I was expecting more energy. Good afternoon, everyone. Great. Yes, so maybe I start by hello. It doesn't seem to be working. Hello? Don't worry, I'll use this one. Sorry about that. Yeah, so my name is Fagani Tambayuk. I am Cameroonian. I work for Meta. I wear two hats at Meta. I lead the public policy team that covers Francophone Africa, or that is responsible for engaging our policymakers and other key stakeholders in Francophone Africa. But I also lead the team that works on connectivity and innovation policy issues. And I want to say thank you for giving us this opportunity to set the scene for this very important conversation. So we're talking, I think the theme of the conversation is AI for inclusive development for Africa. And what I'll try to do with this short presentation of mine, I'm not a panelist, so you wouldn't have a chance to question me extensively. I'm just going to give the presentation and run away, and I'll leave these brilliant minds seated on the stage to answer all the questions you might have. But what I want to use my presentation to do is to set the scene. And I'm going to do that by highlighting core principles that Meta believes need to be adhered to or followed by all stakeholders within the space to ensure that AI is fully leveraged by Africa and can accelerate Africa's development. So first things first, what is AI? We can't have this conversation without having being on the same page on what AI is. Over the years, we've heard, like, especially with the rise in popularity of ChatGPT, we hearing things like generative AI, we're hearing AI systems, we're hearing AI, but do we all know what all these terms mean? And I'll try to share at least what we understand at Meta, what these various terms mean. So to us, AI or artificial intelligence refers to a computer system's ability to perform tasks that typically require human intelligence. So we're talking about things like visual perception, speech recognition, content understanding, language translation. So these are typical tasks that require human intelligence, but with artificial intelligence, you now have computer systems that have the ability to undertake such tasks. Then we move a step further down, AI systems. What are AI systems? To us, we consider AI systems to be a combination of machine learning, AI technologies, and non-AI components that collaborate to accomplish specific tasks. So this could be the sort of tasks like ranking posts on a news feed on Facebook, for instance. And then the one that has really brought a lot of discussion, at least in recent times, is this recent popular term, generative AI. And what does that mean? So generative AI uses machine learning algorithms trained on real-world data to create images, sounds, videos, immersive 3D environments, and it could even be used to write prose and to code. So yes, so hopefully we all have a good understanding of AI, like what artificial intelligence, the various terms or terminologies that we've been seeing used across the ecosystem in recent months. So I'll pause there. I like to have an interactive session. Did anyone know about all of these terms before I presented? Did anyone not know? It seems the audience is confused. People knew and did not know. But hopefully with this slide, we all have a good understanding what AI is. We're moving. No longer moving. What do I need to do? Sorry, my slides are not moving. Could the tech team move the slides to the next slide? Yes, I think this slide, I wouldn't dwell so much on this slide, but all this slide, the key message here is that AI has been at the heart of everything that Meta does, all of our work. And we've actually leveraged AI to develop and power our products, whether it's from personalization of content on your news feed to creating visual effects in augmented reality that you can leverage or use on Instagram, or even protecting people on our platform. So combating misinformation and disinformation, we've been able to leverage this technology to undertake this important piece of work. We move to the next slide, thank you. So we're talking about Africa's development. How can we as a continent, as Africans, leverage AI to really accelerate our development? And what I wanted to do is use this slide. I think this is a slide with material raised on a slide with information from the AFDB and then updated by the Tony Blair Institute, where the AFDB has identified 5 key areas that will really accelerate the development of Africa. So we're talking about universal access to electricity. If we're talking about transformation of agriculture, economic diversification and industrialization, regional market integration. We have the Africa Free Continental Trade Zone that we're talking about, building that African single digital economy. We're talking about even access to information and economic opportunities. And all of these 5 areas leverage technology. We require technology, various technologies to ensure that these areas can really accelerate that digital transformation, that development for Africa. And AI would be a foundational technology as well that will enable some of the applications and platforms that would fuel transformation in these 5 areas. And that's why it's important that we're having this conversation. How do we ensure that we as Africa leverage this very transformative technology of AI to transform the continent, to transform and improve the lives of our people all over the continent? If we move to the next slide. So I think there are a number of challenges that we need to address before we can fully leverage AI. I've highlighted some. This is not an exhaustive list, and I'm sure more challenges will be raised by the panel and the audience. But first things, do we have sufficient use of high-speed connectivity? Because that's actually one of the technologies that underpins the use of AI. What about fair and responsible AI deployment? How have we put in place tools and frameworks that promote the responsible, fair, and inclusive deployment of AI solutions? Skills and education. As a continent, do we have the requisite level of expertise or skills to build and deploy AI solutions that tackle the African specific context? And I think one of the challenges I wanted to leave here and again and something for us to discuss during the panel and the following interactive discussion is the need to have data. So data, you actually require data to train the AI models and leverage that to develop the AI solutions. Do we have data? Right now, data is scarce, fragmented. These are some of the things that we need to address if we need to leverage AI as a continent for development, and also even developing solutions that speak to the African context, whether it's economic, cultural, and so many other peculiarities of our realities in Africa. We need to come up with AI solutions that speak to our realities, that speak to our African context, and solve the problems that we need to solve to transform, to develop Africa. If we move to the next slide. And for us at Meta, so these are some of the principles that we believe will need to be adopted by all stakeholders to ensure that we fully leverage AI for development. And this is one principle: open innovation. For us, we support an open innovation approach to AI because this gives all of us a stake in AI development. So we don't want a situation where it's only developed by the big tech companies like Meta. We want everybody to be involved in developing this AI and ensuring that AI can deliver benefits to the people in Africa. And if we move to the next slide, I think there you'll find more information on Llama, which is our large language model that we made free to individual and commercial use. And really the idea here, and we did this in July, the idea here is to enable not just the big companies, but innovators, small companies, to leverage that model to build AI tools and solutions. We've actually, following that launch or that opening of the Llama 2 to the public, we've actually opened up another tool that's built on Llama 2 that helps with coding. So it's like a coding assistant that would enable our developers in Africa, across the world, to leverage some of these AI capabilities and improve coding and improve development of tools and software and the likes. We move to the next slide. And I think this is just an example of again, openness in AI development, where we have Nukonti, which is African. I think it's led by Nigerian, Oluseyi Soyede Johnson, and its sister think tank AI for Creative Africa, AFCA. And these are actually institutions that are based here in Nigeria and are catalyzing opportunities for emerging tech by applying creativity, in a meaningful way across various sectors. And this, again, these are like examples of our innovators, of people working within the space that are leveraging this open approach to AI to build things for different sectors across Africa. And then the next core principle that I believe we will need to imbue in all of the activities that we do to catalyze AI for development is really around responsible innovation. And there are a number of things or a number of sub-principles that feed into this concept. So things are around fairness. So I think for us at Meta, we believe fairness is central to responsible AI. And one element of fairness relates to how AI-driven systems would affect people from diverse groups. So these are the people that have suffered from racial discrimination, for instance. How do we ensure that our AI innovations or tools or systems do not add to all of these inequalities of life? So that concept of fairness. Then there's definitely the concept of robustness and safety, where we need to work together to ensure that AI powered integrity systems are resistant to adversarial threats. Obviously, like every other technology, you would have people using it for good and you have people using it for bad. How do we ensure that the people, these adversarial threats, are really catered for as we build these AI systems? Things around transparency and control to ensure that we develop tools that enable how the AI solutions work and give people the possibility on how to determine their experiences with these AI tools or systems. And I think the last one is privacy, security, accountability, and governance. And again, these are all key principles that as we look at how, as a continent, we leverage this technology for development, we should all bear these principles in mind to ensure that the outcomes from using these technologies are positive outcomes for our people, for our continent. So I'll stop there. Hopefully I didn't bore you and I gave you a lot of material to discuss. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Fagani. Another round of applause for him, please.
Thank you, Tawela. You try to even get more applause for me, but the audience is not.
We're standing between
Thanks a lot.
I think it's a very tough crowd, and then people want to go and have their lunch. My name is Tawela. I work with the African Development Agency in South Africa, and it's my pleasure to be hosting this panel on AI for inclusive development in Africa. Actually, Fagani, I was a bit disappointed because I really wanted to understand the goat on the first slide, but maybe you'll explain that to us in a different context. Having said that, let's proceed with the panel. I just need to do a quick check. I have one panelist that's online. Can we just confirm that he's now connected?
Hello, I'm online. Do you hear me?
Okay, so we're still waiting for a technical glitch to be resolved with the one panelist, but we will get right into it. So I think the context has been set. We all understand what AI is. We have no excuse for not knowing what AI is, and we will now start tackling the issues around AI, its implications for Africa's development. What are the challenges? What are the opportunities? I'm mindful of time. So what I will do is I will ask my panelists to please limit your interventions to not more than 3 minutes. And for the first round of questions, please take maybe 30 seconds to 1 minute to do a quick self-intro, what you do, and then respond to the question. So I'm going to start with you, Prof, to my right. And really just ask you, based on what we've heard about all the different things that AI encompasses, I think the ministers also talked a little bit, the parliamentarians talked a little bit about some of the challenges that they see in terms of AI and its adoption. And I'm just curious to know from you, in terms of the work that you are doing, working in higher education, what do you see as the major challenges in terms of AI research and development in Africa, and what can be done to address those challenges?
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you, Tawera. I actually was not thinking that we start with challenges. because at times when you begin to talk about challenges, you get discouraged and you don't really think about the way forward. However, Fragani actually talked about what I see as a very major challenge, about what I see as a very major challenge from the research perspective. And that had to do with data. Quite a number of researches are going on within the African context, but you will discover that most of the data that are available to train models, to build models, they are not data from the African context. And when you train a model, with data that is basically not from this context, it becomes difficult for you to be able to test that model with a different data entirely. So if we must develop AI systems, AI models for these continents, then we need to pay very close attention to being able to have very serious data that is relevant to our local context. So if I give you an example, if you develop a model like Google Maps that gives direction, and you are using it in a local community where the driver does not speak English. Now, how do you expect that driver to be able to use that particular? So it is important for us to begin to get data. Now in my university, we do quite a number of interdisciplinary researches, and especially in the medical field, some of the data that you want to use, you discover that you don't have data that have to do with the African continent. So if I'm looking at a disease, if I'm developing a model to predict or to diagnose a particular disease, and I have to take maybe a skin disease, and I have to take data from the whites. Now, the data is going to, the model is going to predict that disease, but the presentation of that disease on a black skin may not be the same. So it is important for us to begin to look at data. There are quite a number of other challenges. I really don't see much problem with skills. Africans are very intelligent people. I don't see much problem with skills. I see more problem with probably what they need to be able to develop these models. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to drill down a little bit on this issue of data. So the question then becomes, what is the challenge, or what is the issue in terms of us being able to actually have this data, and how do we turn that into an opportunity? Because I heard you when you said, let's not talk about the challenges. So let's flip that around and now talk about how does this present an opportunity for us then?
Okay, now the issue with data really, I think one major issue had to do with culture. Cultural beliefs, our tradition, most of the time, is a problem. People, if you want to get live data, like I talked about the medical field, if you want to get live data, you are getting data from human beings. Now, some people will not agree for you to have their data and keep their data over a period of time. So there has to be a lot of discussion. There has to be, a lot of sensitization for people to understand why this data may be needed, why this data may be collected. Then I think there has to be some kind of policies also around this collection of data, where they are being kept, who have access to them, for how long they can keep them. The ethics of it also have to be discussed at some point, so that people will be confident that if you take their data, the data is safe and it's not going to use against them at some point.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll continue that discussion, because in a different conversation, somebody said actually Africans have no context or concept of privacy and data security. So maybe we need to also interrogate that a little bit. But I'm going to turn now to my online panelists. Pratik, welcome and thank you for joining us. Could you tell us a little bit about the study that UNESCO published in 2021, which was on the AI Needs Assessment Survey in Africa? What were the key findings of that survey?
Sure. Thank you so much. Can you hear me well? First, I wanted to check.
We can hear you.
Perfect. Well, thanks for the invitation, and I've been engaging in conversations since yesterday with parliamentarians, and it's really rich discussion that we are having on some of the nuances, and I like the cross questioning that you're doing, Dr. Tuwela. So happy for that as well. Coming to the needs assessment survey, so in around 2020, we started to look at what are the policy priorities and capacity building needs in different countries. And we were able to find a lot of information from Europe, North America, which were producing a lot of AI policies starting somewhere around 2017, 2018. Whereas we noticed that there is lack of information coming from Africa. And since Africa happens to be a global priority for UNESCO, we launched this survey of governments where we reached out to all governments in Africa, all countries, and 32 of them responded to the survey. The idea was really to understand what are the policy priorities with respect to artificial intelligence. And some of the common areas, as you were also just evoking, were around personal data protection and data governance, because data is kind of the lifeblood of artificial intelligence. There are issues with respect to lack of data sets, and when they are available, are they useful or available in useful formats? There are lack of representativeness in the data sets that we see, and the previous panel was talking about bias and so on. So this was a big issue. And personal data protection, given the discussions that are going on with the convention and so on in Africa. Then a key opportunity was around how can governments help the countries leverage AI for economic growth and development. And here comes, how can we use AI in education, in health, for sustainable development, and so on. And it was quite interesting that the responses that we got from countries, for instance, in Senegal, they were more interested in telemedicine. In Botswana, they were interested in how AI can be used in tourism and mining. In Cape Verde, they were interested in fishing. So it was really dependent upon the kind of geographical focus and what are the existing industries. So we need to realize that there are specificities across different countries where AI can help with economic development. Then a major concern was around updating the education systems around skilling of the existing workforce. How can we strengthen the existing human resources? How can we introduce new courses at universities, at the school level even? At that time in 2021, or even in 2020, when we had launched the survey, there was also this concern about research which is coming out of Africa. So I think one of the key takeaways also from some of the policy discussions happening here is that we should invest in research, invest in supporting think tanks locally so that they can provide input to policymakers of what are the local challenges, which can then also inform regional or global policy making. Without that, we operate in a zone of not knowing what are the needs of the communities or different regions. And finally, I would say that in terms of capacity building, we had specific questions for governments, because all the time we expect governments to be ready to help us ride the next wave of technology. And a lot of times the word leapfrogging, AI as a leapfrogging technology is talked about. But for that, you need people in governments to enable that. And in that respect, there was this need from all the 32 countries for capacity building for policymakers, for civil servants, on how to use AI within the government, but not only AI, but also digital transformation, because countries are at different stages. How can they digitally transform and provide better public services and create an enabling environment for digital governance by having the regulatory frameworks in place, whether it's on privacy, data protection, or it's about cybersecurity. And then we should never also forget the role that the judiciary plays. The judiciary, we're talking in several jurisdictions about artificial intelligence and legal provisions. For instance, in Europe, there's this discussion around the AI Act. Now, we should recognize that in a lot of jurisdictions, having a new law on AI may take many years. And that should not stop us from actually relying on existing international standards and human rights law to protect against bias, discrimination, to have greater transparency in how platforms and companies are using AI and so on. So in this regard, the strengthening capacities of the judiciary is also an important avenue to ensure that AI governance happens in a more human rights aligned way. So these were some of the top level findings of the survey, and I'm also happy to share as we go along some of the work that we are doing as a follow-up to this. So back to you, Tovela.
Thank you very much. So there's an emerging theme, I think, around research. So maybe we stay with that for a little bit. And I'm going to turn to you, Alex, and really noting the fact that Google actually opened an AI research center in Ghana in 2018, which I think was lauded as the first such center on the continent. Interesting to hear a little bit more about this center. What were the objectives, what has been achieved, and whether there are plans to open or replicate more of these centers across the continent.
Thank you. And it's a pleasure to be with you all this afternoon. Yes, back in 2018, Google set up a research center, specifically an AI research center in Accra, and it's been running since. But before I get back into some details about it, I think it's quite instructive to look into some of the things that were happening in 2018. And I would like to reflect on a few things that are happening more so within the company, Google, because in 2018 is the time the leadership at the time announced Google as being an AI first company. By being AI first, it meant we'll be putting all emphasis and resources towards ensuring that we're able to leverage AI in development of our solutions and also providing services to the various people. So one of the first things we did is that we came up with what we call Google AI principles. And the importance for this was because we knew and we could understand you're getting into a new realm as a globe. And it was really important for us, even as we ventured into developing the technology or even in developing solutions, we sort of framed it for ourselves in terms of saying, what can the AI we're developing do or not do? So we have very clear principles, and it's something if you're interested to learn more about, you can actually, you can Google. So the other thing as well that happened around that time is that we did come up with an innovation. One of Google sister companies came up with an innovation called AlphaFold, and this is actually an AI-driven solution which has been able to map most of the proteins. Actually, I think it's all the proteins in our bodies. And what it has done is that it has really been able to advance 400 years of scientific research in a very short time. So it means it's really driving new realms of what we are able to do around from biology. So, and going back to Ghana, so we did set up the center at the time and recognize that for us as a company, it was very important to have Africa right center when it came to AI. And the idea about having the center in Ghana, it's not just a center for Ghana, but it's actually, it serves the entire continent. So you'll find the staff there are people coming from various parts of the continent who actually sit and reside there. So the key thing the center is charged with is to leverage on AI and machine learning for impact-driven research, innovation, and moonshots. So the whole idea is that they really look at how we drive impact that is relevant for Africa. And just looking at some of the areas that have been of focus for them in that time, one of them has been around food security, and I'll give a few examples around that. The other one has also been about remote sensing, so sort of being able to predict, and also around disaster management. And I'll give some examples, but I want to talk a bit more about the center first. The other thing as well is just looking at getting a bit technical and looking at some of the research areas. One of them is around something called algorithms and theory, which is more about how do we optimize on the products and the solution we do have currently. The second one is around machine perception, and Fargani did talk a little bit about this. Machine perception looks a lot into some of the natural things we do, like sound, things around music, how we interact with that, and how we interact with videos. And the idea about it is it enables new ways of us to interact with with various applications. Also, the third thing is as well, they're focusing a lot research around machine learning. These are some things like speech, translation, language, vision, etc. And you'll find that if for those who are interested, there's a lot of research papers they publish, a lot of the material, a lot of the information coming from that, we actually provide it and it's available to the public. So we do have teams there looking at things like climate, sustainability, and also responsible AI. And as I get towards the conclusion, maybe I can give you some practical examples. I think sometimes that's normally one of the best ways to really say what you are doing. So one of the things we are doing is looking around weather forecasting. And one of the realities we have is that in Africa, about majority of the economic activity is driven by agriculture. And what we know is that a lot of agriculture in Africa is rain-fed. And we know the impact we've had over the years in terms of unreliable weather patterns. So what we are doing is that as Google, we are looking at how do you leverage on existing infrastructure? It can be expensive, it can take time to set up the infrastructure to do weather forecasting. So we're able to leverage on technology we have, but now we're able to add on artificial intelligence. So for example, as Google, we've already been there. We already have the satellite technology. So when you're able to infuse AI, then we're able to predict weather. So this is available to anybody. So it's innovations that we avail, and you can actually be able to have better prediction of weather. Another second interesting one is around something called open building data set. One of the things we've had over time, and sometimes especially you're using like Google Maps or other mapping technologies, at times you have challenges identifying places in Africa. So what we've done is that same thing using satellite imagery, we've been able to map all the buildings in Africa. Just to give you a number, it's over 1.8 billion. So we've been able to map that. And the importance of that is that for all of our countries, and these are figures from UNFPA, many countries have not done census for the last 40 years. So this becomes very important information, even people who are the urban planners, researchers, etc., because it's a data set that you can actually access. The other area is around food security. We know that a lot of our countries are very food insecure. And what you are doing, and there are already professionals who meet every so often, I think it's 3 or 6 months, to try to identify and study trends. So what we've been able to do as Google is we've been able to use our AI technologies, and we're able to provide this prediction more real time. So we don't have to wait for the next 6 months. We can actually be able to predict and know next year, there'll probably be food insecure in certain areas. So what we're able to do is we're able to put together various indicators like economic activity, look at the weather, look at, let's say, conflict, etc. And you're actually able to predict that in a certain region, maybe 6 months down the line, a year down the line, you are likely to be food insecure. So then you're able to do something to try and mitigate against that. 2 more. Another one is around maternal health. One of the realities is we do have about 830 women, about 6,000 plus kids who die every single day because of preventable causes. These are newborn kids. And what we've done is that we've been able to develop using very low-cost devices. We're able to do ultrasounds. A lot of the ultrasound machines are very expensive, but then now we're able to do that, and we're able to have that being available even in most of our remote areas. And lastly, it's around languages. In Africa, I think we have about 2,000 different local languages. I think Professor did talked a little bit about this. And one of the realities is that a lot of African languages have not been digitized, or we don't have them available online. So what we are doing as well is we are using our AI technologies to be able to transcribe a lot of these languages, and you can actually be able to do even dictation support with a lot of the languages now. So that what it's doing, it's really enhancing for us. And for me, particularly, that's a very dear area to me, because how I landed into technology and what I do now is I started out as a linguist, and the company at the time was supporting around translation of that. At that time, it was Swahili. into be able to be used for the computers. So it's really interesting to see how years down the line, we are able to do the same thing, but a lot faster, and we're able to serve multiple languages at the very same time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. And thank you, I think, for just demonstrating the breadth and the depth, I think, of what AI can do for the continent. And I hope that we will be able to see the results of these research and innovations trickling down, I think, to the grassroots level. I want to pick up on something that you mentioned. You talked about responsible AI, and I'm going to turn to my next panelist, who actually works at the Observatory on Responsible AI. And what I would like to hear from you, Moremi, first of all, what does responsible AI look like? And then how does Africa's diversity in terms of language, geography, socioeconomics, and you name it, how does that pose opportunities for us in terms of leveraging AI?
Thank you very much, Chair. Afternoon, everyone. So yesterday when I got the question, am I audible? Still doesn't. Can you hear me? So yesterday when I got the question or the pointers for today's session, and when I saw what responsible AI looks like, Chair, I decided to ask my phone. and I went straight to Siri and I said, Siri, what does AI look like? And Siri said, responsible AI is beautiful, right? And then I asked, how do you know she's female? And Siri said, because she's strong. So to all the women in the room, you're strong, you're beautiful, you're AI, right? So just on a serious note, Chair, in terms of what responsible AI looks like, and some of the points I'm going to talk to actually touch on the issues that have been raised in the session that we just attended this morning, but also in some of the sessions that I've been part of since the beginning of the conference. So the one thing that one picks up about responsible AI in terms of the outline that was given around what AI is that it's localized and it's inclusive. And I think it's reflective of the people that are in the room, in the sense that it actively tries to recognize diversity of the continent's people and cultures. But also, I think importantly, it tries to recognize the context within which we exist. So that's the first pointer around what I think responsible AI looks like on the African continent. But I think that leads into a second point around, and I think it was touched on in terms of the data, right? So it's the data, it's the access to the data, it's what sort of data are we using, but also the privacy around the data. You made an interesting comment, Chair, when you started the session about the fact that somebody said to you, privacy is actually not an African thing. But I think, in my view, responsible AI actually actively recognizes the importance of privacy and respecting people's confidentiality and the ownership of that information, but also at the same time creates an environment where that information is accessible to them, and also they have access to the information that actually explains how their data is being used, for what purpose, and what are the potential benefits that they can get out of that. I think the session that just ended, that focused on the parliamentarians, actually talks to a key element around what responsible AI is. And I think it is that it is regulated, it is accountable, and it is based on very strong, robust governance systems. We will agree that the rate at which artificial intelligence technology, but solutions are evolving and spreading is quite rapid. But it is important that we take a step back and create an environment where these tools and solutions are regulated. But I have a rider or caveat to that element in terms of responsible AI. And it is that the environments that we create provide strong oversight and governance to ensure that how AI is implemented and rolled out is ethical. But at the same time, we create legislative and regulatory environments that actually foster the use, spread, and uptake of artificial intelligence, rather than stifling it because we do not understand its focus. Just in terms of leveraging some of the work that I've been doing on artificial intelligence projects, there's a project that I'm working on that's actually looking at use cases, practical use cases on the African continent, but also on the other continents in relation to how has artificial intelligence been used in what areas? I'm actually happy that my colleague from Google has touched on some of the areas I think I'll take an advantage and see if I can get access to those case studies. So the element that I think is important in terms of for us to think about in terms of responsible AI, which is actually a key foundational issue, is an element that speaks to monitoring, evaluation, reporting, research, and learning, right? If you do a quick Google search around illustrative case studies around responsible AI, the thing that comes up is a lot of theoretical analysis of the potential for AI to be used within the African context, but also in other continents around education, healthcare, service delivery, and the like. But there are very limited actual practical cases that you can actually use to summarize and use that as the basis for either identifying best practices or actually using the negative lessons to develop best practices to take the process forward. So my last point is around the implementation of AI systems and tools should be regularly evaluated and supported by iterative performance improvement to identify emerging issues and to resolve them ethically. And that's where the responsible element comes in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to turn it to the audience now, so we can get a bit of interaction. But before I allow you to ask questions, how many ChatGPT people in the room? You can own up. You can raise your hands. I see you. Okay. So this is your moment now. So I'm looking for questions, comments, insights. I'm also particularly looking for comments, questions, insights that drill down into our contextual levels, the issues that we're facing as Africans in terms of adopting AI, in terms of making sure that we are using AI in a way that is responsible, but also making sure that as we're sitting here, you know, there is about 70 to 80% of us that are in far-flung areas that need to benefit from all these things that we're talking about here. So the question is how? So I'm going to allow 3 to 4 questions. If you're willing to give up your lunch, we can go on and on, but 3 to 4 questions. I am looking first of all for ladies. I've been hearing a lot of deep baritone voices here. So ladies first, and then I see a gentleman here, I see a gentleman there, I see a gentleman there, but I'm looking for a lady. Please stand if you're a lady. Where? There you are, please. Let's start with the lady there, and then I will come to the gentleman here. Lady first. Can we get a microphone, please? There's 2 ladies. I got one in the front and one in the back, so we'll take both.
Hello, so my name is Sadia Minyawi. I'm Chief Expert on International Policies at the National Telecom Regulatory Authority of Egypt. And I raised my hand just to comment on that ChatGPT part. And as I see it, it's just an enhanced Google search. And the main difference there is that when I go do the Google search, I do it myself and I put in the data. ChatGPT, does the search for me and gets out the data. So the point here that I'm trying to make, it's how reliable the data out there is the issue. And not the tool itself, right? And that raises the importance of the data that we use for training AI systems and applications. Inherently, many of the data is biased in a way or another. It depends also on the source of the data. Even if you're making best effort not to have biased data, but for example, if you're using the Bible, the Quran, for example, then you could have some kind of I use those 2 books just, you know, as an illustration to no matter how much effort you try to get good data in order to get it right, that doesn't mean also that it will be right. It needs to be diverse for sure. And that's the point I want to make, the importance of data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lady in the back.
Thank you very much. My name is Habibat Olatunji. I work for Computer Professional Registration Council of Nigeria. I'm also a member of ICT Local. Okay, the area of AI I want to talk about is also ChatGPT. And I was discussing with a friend here that I have some young people, teenagers that I do teach online. And I gave them assignments, and one of them just typed it into ChatGPT and drop it for me. I felt bad because the assignment I gave him is just what we discussed, and I was thinking, just drop me a few points and we are done. Okay, I had to call him at the back and say that, see, I'm not impressed, because if you are not deploying this brain that God has given you and you rely on ChatGPT at your level, then when you get to university, what do? You just sit back and allow ChatGPT to do your work for you, and you're not absorbing, you're not taking up any knowledge. There's need for us to use AI responsibly, especially here in Africa, that when we take use of an ICT, when we deploy technology, we don't take into consideration so many things involved. Also, we need to find a way of using AI to develop our local economy and at least get local content into the internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So productive use of ChatGPT, not to write assignments and work reports. I see you there, and then we may have to end. Oh no, actually 1, 2, 3, and then we may have to end it there unless you're willing to give up your lunch.
Thank you very much. My name is Abdulkarim Oloide. I'm a professor, an associate professor of wireless telecommunications at the University of Ilorin. I want to first probably take it from where the last speaker dropped it off, and it's how artificial intelligence is revolutionizing the educational sector. It is revolutionizing this sector because of what she mentioned, because of the app she mentioned, and the fact that students now rely so much on artificial intelligence to do their assignments. And that is one of the challenges it is. For me, I look at it from two angles. Number one, education has been so static for a very long time. And this is ChatGPT, which I didn't want to mention earlier, is now making us to think of education in another way. At least now we have to think of education given the fact that you know that there is this artificial intelligence out there. And so it's an opportunity for us to think of education. For us in Africa, or in this side of the world, it's not much of a problem because we've, in a way, stick to exams, not going down the lane of assignments like the way it was done in the other part of the world. And that is the more reason why we have to not only think of what artificial intelligence is, but how it is going to revolutionize what we're doing. And the fact that we're going to rely so much on these things, and the more we rely on them, the more we get much more stupid, because we won't want to do these things ourselves anymore, like the last speaker mentioned. And that takes us to the next generation. The generation before me, they are brilliant people. When they write, they have beautiful handwriting, they can write. But when you look at my generation, the younger generation now, you ask them to write. We cannot write again because we're typing. We cannot even write speeches anymore because ChatGPT is writing those speeches. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There was a gentleman here in the you can stand, sir, so they can make sure it's you. No, the one that's in the black with the orange. And then there's a gentleman in white, and then we're gonna have to close it there, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Osei Keja from Ghana. So the topic is quite interesting, AI for inclusive development. We are talking about all the positive signs of AI and all that, but we are not looking at the downside. The ChatGPT, I think AI, or say any AI too, has sort of democratized learning or say education. Yet, I do think AI is too esoteric for mass Africa, because many people in Africa don't even have digital skills to even leverage on these AI tools, talk of electricity and other things. So it seems to benefit the affluent communities or say countries. How are policies being shaped to bridge this gap? And also a second question, how do we find a balance between innovation and regulation? In my country, Ghana, our MPs are considering legislating or say having guardrails for AI. But how do we find, say, that line of best fit so that we not over-regularize or say we don't stifle innovation? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And my last intervention, the gentleman in white here.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Valentine Chaho. I work with the National Human Rights Commission. Building on what the first contributor said, she spoke about bias. And for us to have a responsible AI, we need to mitigate bias. And to do that, you need to train your AI with the right data set. That is data that has been cleaned and vetted, and diverse data. But here in Africa, we don't even have that data. For you to have data, you have to think about where to store that data and how the data can be retrieved. We don't have these facilities. The question is, where do we start? When can we have responsible AI in Africa? Prof mentioned that in medical field, when you want to use AI tools, you find out that the data you have is data from Europe. If you use it to synthesize medicines, they might not work for Africa. Where do we start? And as a contribution, let us always remember the human face when we talk about technology, because these things border on rights at all levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm under strict instructions. I keep getting these love letters telling me that I need to close the session. So we are really at the end of the session. I am going to give the last word to Prof, because we've come full circle, I think, in terms of the discussion where we started in terms of looking at the issues of research, looking at the issues of data. And I think a lot of the comments that have been made are speaking to this issue of the paucity of data, and how do we actually translate this technology into an opportunity that we can work with. So Prof, I'm giving you the last word. There's a question there about where do we start? There's a question about this issue of data, but then there was also this question about the fact that AI perhaps to some extent can be seen as a threat in terms of job displacement. So if you could just, as you wrap up for us, just speak to those things, please.
Thank you. Let me start with the last one about job displacements. We should be very factual. AI deployment is going to affect jobs. AI deployment is going to redefine jobs. But I think that the focus really is to ensure that we are prepared for it. No matter how much we want to run away from it, it has come here and there is nothing we can do about it. So we should prepare for it, because as it cuts the traditional jobs that we know, it's also going to create a lot of opportunities. So the most important thing is that you prepare for those opportunities, or you actually develop yourself in such a way that you are the one that is bringing more opportunities because you are now using AI. It should not be a phobia, running away from it. It should actually be something that you be a bit futuristic about it and prepare yourself to meet up with the opportunities. So if we retool, basically, or we reskill to meet these opportunities that are coming, as some jobs are being cut off, you will discover that quite a number of job opportunities are coming up. ChatGPT, yes. Essentially, we can't stop students from using ChatGPT. Like quite a number of people have said, we only have to ensure that it's used responsibly. A couple of days ago, I was examining some graduate students, their thesis, and one of them specifically was doing something on machine learning, and I discovered that when I read his abstract, it was a ChatGPT generated abstract. So when I was examining him, I said, "How did you write your abstract?" The guy was looking at me. I said, "This thing is ChatGPT." And he was looking at me as if I'm a witch to know. But you know, the fact is, there is no way you will use AI to generate something. And if you look at it very well, you know it's a generic thing, basically generated. Nobody is saying students should not use. You cannot actually stop them because, like one of the contributors said, the students of this generation, they are not, they can't do what we did. It is not their way. It's not their life. AI has come to stay with them. They will use, but ensure, let there be policies, let there be regulations to ensure that those things are used responsibly and within acceptable limits, basically. How do we start? Where do we start from when it comes to data? We have data all over the place. Like I said earlier, there has to be a lot of discussions, sensitizations, awareness. People need to know. People need to, we need to let people know that when this data we collect from them, they will be used responsibly, because it's not just the people that are using AI, even the people that are developing the model that are using this data, they should use them responsibly. There are so many places to store data. The only thing is that what kind of data are we storing in those places? If you ask quite a number of people in this room, we have several data storage facilities, but what are we storing there? So maybe we also need to begin to change our focus of what we store, what we generate, and begin to make some of the things, the data we collect, to be publicly available for AI development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there's a whole industry that's emerging around AI. And the question is, how are we going to tap into that? How are we going to leverage that? I think we have a lot of things that need solving on the continent. And therefore, the challenge for us is to think through how are we going to leverage AI and all these other new and emerging technologies to address all these things that need solutions. I don't want to call them problems, but things that need solutions. So thank you very much to my panel. I wish we could have been able to go on for much longer, but I really would like you to give a round of applause to my panel, both here and online. And then I am also sincerely hoping and praying that ChatGPT is not going to come and sue me. But thank you very much. You've been a good audience and you have earned your lunch.
Thank you so much to this audience, to this panel and the audience actually for being here and being part of this really important discussion that we need to have. I think what we discussed here around AI bridging the divide when it comes to education, agriculture, and just looking at the intergenerational conversations that we need to factor in when it comes to academia is quite important. I think a lot of the times we want to villainize things. However, it is important that in the same breath that the panel had discussed, that we need to tread carefully when it comes to issues around ethics and privacy concerns, but also ensure that we invest in data and ensuring that Africa now is the producer, not the consumer. As we have discussed, there are issues of algorithmic bias that we really need to attack, and we now need to start embedding the future that we want in the technology that we utilize. So I am going to ask you to give the panel one last applause before I give some really important announcements about politics of the stomach. Yeah, so let's get into our announcements. Before we do that, there was something important that we got from the panel. I just want to say this to all the ladies. So AI is, we can equate it to women. So to all the ladies, you are strong, you're beautiful, you are AI. Just remember that. Now for lunch announcements, let's get to the serious part of this. So we will be leaving quite shortly for lunch. Those that have orange tags of the speakers who are on the panel and speakers on the program, if you could please go to the Zuma restaurant. People with other tags, could we please go to the front to get the lunch vouchers? And if we could just exit to the restaurant. So if you could just get your vouchers before you go to the restaurant. And just a reiteration that the orange tags and speakers, anyone who's on the program, if you could please go to Zuma restaurant. Please, if we could be back at 2:25, that would be highly appreciated. We are running slightly behind with time. So meeting is adjourned for now. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the restaurants will be indicated at the back of the lunch vouchers. So when you collect your lunch vouchers, check behind it for the restaurant you're going to eat at. Thank you.
Come on, come on, come on, go. Thank you. Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Bosun Tijani, herein ably represented by the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. William Alon. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as I invite you on behalf of my colleagues, co-anchor, to rise and take the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Please be seated. Honorable Minister, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Omoni Bieton. I am the head of media relations at the Nigerian Communications Commission. I have with me here two lovely ladies who are also co-anchors at this event. To my left is Zinyawe Astari, who is an advocate at the High Court of the Republic of South Africa and a member of the Consumer Advisory Council of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa. Please put your hands together for Zinyawe. To my right is my colleague, friend, and sister, who is a staff of the Nigerian Communications Commission. Nafisa Usman Ruga is the head of digital media in Public Affairs Department, where I also work. She's also one of the anchors at this event, and I invite you to please put your hands together for Nafisa Usman Ruga. Together, we will act as compere at this event. As you are all aware, the past week, the Nigerian landscape has been agog with activities targeted as ensuring that the digital space is appropriately governed so that the resources of the web can be beneficial to all and sundry in the African continent. There have been plenary sessions, workshops, seminars. We've had parliamentarian discussions, very robust conversations where issues have been raised and are going to be harnessed to ensure that the internet space in Africa is well governed. I welcome you all once more to this event.
And thank you. In the spirit of multi-stakeholderism, we say in Africa, it takes a village, and our village for this session, or at least for this week, are members of parliament from different parts of our continent. So I'd like to acknowledge our honorable members of parliament from the Gambia, Botswana, Lesotho, Ethiopia, Namibia, Djibouti, Malawi, Cameroon, Ghana, DRC Congo, Niger, Nigeria. Further, we'd like to say a special welcome and thank you to the Africa IGF MAC Chair, Ms. Lillian Naloga, and the Chief Section of Innovation and Technology, UNECA, Dr. Maktasek. And from our end, you are very welcome to Nigeria.
We would also like to welcome the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, ably represented by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Dr. William Allo. Please put your hands together for him. We have the Executive Vice Chairman, CEO of the Nigerian Communications Commission, Professor Umar Garba Dambata here. Please put your hands together. We have the Executive Commissioner, Technical Services of the Nigerian Communications Commission, Engineer Obale Maska. Please put your hands together for him. We have the Executive Commissioner, Stakeholder Management, Barrister Adeleke Adeolu. Please put your hands together for him. We also have in our midst directors of the Nigerian Communications Commission and other government agencies here. Please put your hands together for them. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hand together for all participants at this forum. On this note, we will say welcome to Abuja for the 2023 Africa Internet Governance Forum. Please put your hands together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nafisa. Thank you, Zanyue. It is my honor and privilege to invite compatriot, distinguished poet, Mr. DK Chukwumerije to come for recital. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to begin my presentation with a strange but uniquely Nigerian greeting. Una well done. My name is DK Chukwumerije. I'm a poet, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to this city of lights, Abuja, to this country of giants. This country of mothers who take burning pots off the stove with their bare hands, of children who run out excitedly to go play in thunderstorms, of women who transform dangerous intersections into lively, colorful markets, of men who climb onto roofs without harnesses, who screed concrete walls without face masks, who at the end of a long day at work break open bottles of beer with their teeth. Be warned, this is rugged country. But be at ease, for this is also hospitable country. And so I greet you. In the native tongues of we Nigerians, I say, no, ekabo, sanu dezua. In the tongues that were given to us by others, I say, welcome, bienvenue, assalamu alaikum, bienvenidos, willkommen. But above all, in that tongue that we Nigerians forge for ourselves out of the burning furnace that is our bittersweet history, I say to you, una well done. And to those of you that are quietly thinking to yourselves, well done, you are just seeing me for the first time today. What have I achieved? Well done. Well done for what? I'll tell you. Well done for surviving the night, for sitting at the edge of your bed this morning praying to God for strength for another day. Well done for wiping the tears of yesterday from your eyes, for brushing the pain of yesterday from your heart, for painting a smile of resilience on your lips and choosing to show up this afternoon. Well done, in anticipation of all the greatness you are capable of all the good you may yet do in this sad world. Una, well done. Oh. Yes, we greet you like this because we know that it helps. Because we know that it helps to know that you are seen. We greet you like this because we know that money may take care of the body, but it is this connection to another human being that takes care of the soul. We greet you like this because it is togetherness, because it is community, because it is one of the precious things we share as children of this continent. We greet because it is our culture, because we are Africans. And yes, I know many times we Africans living here on this continent, oftentimes we lose sight of the many precious things that connect us. But the day you leave this continent as a Nigerian or a Ugandan or a Sudanese, the day you arrive at any airport outside of this continent, that is the day you will know that you are African. When you find yourself sitting on a bus in central London, watching that 13-year-old boy put his muddy feet on the seat and casually stick chewing gum on the back of the chair in front of him, the effort it will take you to behave like everybody around you and pretend you are not seeing this, the effort it will take you to resist the unholy urge to find a cane, the effort it will take you to bite your tongue and look away, that effort will tell you that you are African. The desperation The desperation with which you will search for pepper, for spice in your food abroad. The desperation with which you will hunt for drumming and rhythm in your music abroad. The desperation with which you will search for warm hugs and loud, noisy greetings in your interactions abroad. These things will tell you that you are African. For these are the things that bind us as surely as the Nile binds Egypt to Sudan, and the Niger binds Guinea to Nigeria, and the Congo binds together the heart of Africa. These are the things that bind us. These beliefs that it takes a village to raise a child, that the younger should be respectful towards the older, that those who have departed from us are always with us. These are the things that have always bound us. So long before the first subsea cable bringing high-speed internet landed on our shores, we were already connected. Long before the first subsea cable bringing high-speed internet landed on our shores, we already knew the importance of being hooked up to a living network. Because the Tuaregs were our first fiber optic cables, laying camel tracks across that sea of sand, across the Sahara to connect North Africa with West Africa. Centuries before wireless broadband, from those old port cities of Sudan, of Somalia, of Kenya, trade routes radiated out like radio frequency all across to Kanem Boronu like this. We modern Africans are products of a history of Pan-African connections. That is why the name Ahmed Bembela from the north is known in the south. And the name Amilcar Cabral from the west is known in the east. And the music of Awilo Lugumba resonates across the continent as Tino Achabe's Okonkwo is revered by all. And that is why the name Samuel Nujoma from the south is known in the north. And the name Julius Nyerere from the east is known in the west. And the music of Makeba took the struggle of Samora and put it in the mouth of Nigerians when she sang, Mozambique, aluta continua, continua. So that today, that Afro-Portuguese word aluta, that was the rallying cry for the fight for independence in Mozambique. Today, that Afro-Portuguese word aluta is Nigerian code, is Nigerian slang, is Nigerian street language for struggle. Like this, we modern Africans are products of a history of Pan-African connections. But that history will be lost if it is not intentionally engineered into the technical plans to fully integrate Africa into the global digital society. That history will be lost if it is not fully taken into consideration as we design the architecture of the digital society, of the digital economy in Africa. For tell me, what use is the internet in Africa if it only fuels the consumption of the culture, of the history, of the commerce of others? What good is the internet in Africa if it does not bring Cape Town closer to Cairo? If it does not bring Senegal closer to Sudan? What good is the internet in Africa if it leaves all our villages offline, content only to connect the most elite parts of our towns to global consumer centers? What good is the internet in Africa if we log on only to find abuse, only to find oppression, only to find perversion, only to find exclusion? What good is the internet in Africa if it does not empower us to tell our stories, to project our personalities, to fight our battles against poverty, against corruption, against bad governance, to fight these battles more effectively? What good is the internet in Africa if we log on only to find that digital landscape devoid of Ubuntu, devoid of togetherness, devoid of those peculiar values that make us African in the first place? And so, ladies and gentlemen, I come before you this afternoon, a simple poet to remind you, participants at the African Internet Governance Forum, to remind you to tackle the challenges before you, to tackle those challenges as Africans. I come before you this afternoon, a simple poet, to stir your Pan-African hearts with this language of the gods poetry. I come before you this afternoon to stir your Pan-African spirits with this poem. Listen. Did you know that the streets of Benin were wide and straight? When the first Portuguese came walking down them, in search of that Oba Ewari the Great, whose name would echo, still echoes through time. Did you know that the mysteries of iron were solved in Jos? That the Niger existed before it was found? That Ife predates the Berlin Conference and the throne in Borno is 1,000 years old? Did you know that Amina built a wall in Zaria? That Kano traded with the Western Sudan? That Nsibidi is an ancient script discovered in Cross River, and Igboukwu's bronzes still marvelous men? Did you know that the pharaohs of Egypt were all of this continent? That Timbuktu was a city of libraries and intellect? That long before Christopher Columbus did it, Abubakar of Mali sailed across the Atlantic? Did you know that great Zimbabwe was a city in history? That Nzinga was a queen who would not be conquered, who would not be convinced of the merits of slavery, that Ethiopia is a kingdom that was never colonized? Did you know that the colonizer came with more than the Bible? That the Zulus were cut down with the Gatling gun? That Jaja was exiled and Atahiru was killed? That our spirits were broken before they were done? Did you know that their textbooks were written to keep us dependent? That their classrooms were built to contain our minds? That innovation is not foreign, we have the same rights to it? That our versions of reality are just as valid as theirs? Did you know that telling these stories could help to heal us? To find there were bridges in history between us? That we are not people come out of the darkness, that these borders and boundaries were crafted for us? But do I ask you these questions, oh young Africans, just to make you complacent with tales from the past? What good would that do us in these broken lands where our future is blighted by corruption and waste? No. I ask you this question so you understand. We may pay the Chinese to build infrastructure, but the spirit of greatness cannot be imported. It's not something you cargo in then couple together. For no matter how friendly, no friend will give it. No matter how charitable, no nation will tell. There's no market in Dubai you can go to and buy it. No course in the US will teach it as well. It's something that's drawn out of blood and remembering. Not something received, it's something that's taken to take back the right to write your own story. Greatness is something we carry within. So look to the West for Twitter and Facebook, but not for the way to our own destinies. This sun will not rise from London or New York to reclaim redemption. Africans, look to yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, once again this afternoon, on behalf of this country of giants, I say to you, no. Ekabo, Sanudezua. And in the tongues that were lent to us by others, I say to you, welcome, bienvenue, assalamu alaikum, bienvenidos, willkommen. But above all, in that tongue that we Nigerians forge for ourselves, out of the burning furnace of our bittersweet history, in that tongue that we carve for ourselves, out of our determination not to be crushed under the foot of history. In that tongue we carve for ourselves, out of our firm resolve to shake off that history of slavery and colonialism, to reinvent ourselves and rise and rise and rise. In that tongue, I say to you, in anticipation of all the greatness you are capable of and of all the good you may well do for our countries and our continent. In that tongue, I say to you, oh, now well done. Oh.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, DK. Thank you so much. Thank you for always rekindling the true meaning of the African spirit. I mean, in a very intentional, conscious, and dedicated manner. I think it deserves another round of applause. After DK has taxed our intellection, taking us from where we started from, I think it's good that we just relax and take some acts from displays from a national cultural troupe. Please put your hands together for them. Welcome to this August meeting in September. Ku zauna, ku sha kallo. Sanunku da zuwa.
Let's move out.
Honorable Minister, sir, EVC, ECs, parliamentarians, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we had a fantastic outing. By my reckoning, we didn't just have some traditional indigenous communication. We had fantastic displays, and we had very unique outing of the Eyo Masquerade. The significance of this event is so telling and gripping in what we have just had. And so I invite us once more to give a round of applause to this performance. We will move very fast with precision and accuracy. And so I have the honor and privilege to invite at this point Lillian Nalwoga, the chairperson of African Internet Governance Forum Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, to come and present her speech. Please put your hands together.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm hoping I'm not taking all the energy, or the energy has gone out of the room. Well, I'll try to bring back some of the excitement in the room. by not boring you with so many words, but good afternoon, good morning, good evening to everyone who is following us, joining us today. I know we have participants who are following us online, so it could be a good morning, it could be a good afternoon, or a good evening. Excellencies, honorable members of parliament, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 12th Africa Internet Governance Forum, which is hosted by the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But before I continue, I would like to offer my great thanks to all our partners who have made this event possible. The Africa Union Commission, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, the UK Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, Huawei, Meta, the German International Corporation, GIZ, the Nigeria Communications Commission, ICANN, and every other single entity that has given us support to the generous hosting of this event. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you a bit of a background of the Africa Internet Governance Forum, because I'm sure some of us, it is the first time we're having or taking part in this prestigious event. The Africa IGF is a vibrant and inclusive platform that brings together different stakeholders as yourselves from across the continent to engage in discussions and shape the future of the internet, and more so internet governance. We are a platform that is dedicated to fostering open and inclusive dialogue on internet governance issues that impact Africa. We aim to promote collaborations, knowledge sharing, and also have informed decision-making among the advice stakeholders, including governments that we have here today, civil society organizations, academia, private sector, entities, and the technical communities. But of course, not forgetting the users, who are you and me, who are the users of the internet. Dear participants, I would also very much want to acknowledge the presence of ministers who are joining us today and who join us tomorrow, and all other high-level participants and delegates, because we are all high-level in one way or another, that we are able to join today. As I mentioned, that this is not the first time we are here. In 2014, we were in this very country and we hosted the 3rd Africa Internet Governance Forum. We are once again happy to be here to bring conversations back to this giant of Africa and in this amazing city of Abuja to deliberate again on how we can improve internet and make it work for the benefits of all Africans. Ladies and gentlemen, prior to this year's IGF, we have had engagements that have fed into this meeting. Some of us were here last week. We had the 11th African School on Internet Governance, which took place on 13th to 18th. And this was organized by the Association for Progressive Communications in partnership with the African Union and the Research ICT Africa. We also had a parliamentary track, and I'm very happy to see that our parliamentarians are still with us and willing to continue with our conversations as we talk about issues of policy in Africa. We also had the Youth IGF, which took place, and all these forums, all these initiatives, they aim at building the capacity of actors in Africa on different IG issues, but also to empower ourselves on how we can mobilize and shape conversations on internet within Africa, but also on the global agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme today is transforming Africa's digital landscape, empowering inclusion, security, and innovation. This theme was selected with a purpose of identifying the challenges and opportunities that are being presented by the rapidly evolving digital landscape. More so, this forum, we are aiming at empowering inclusivity. And I'm happy to see that we've had the arts industry, which in most cases is ignored in the internet landscape, be able to present to us in form of dance and drama, but also in poetry. But also, we also are wanting to ensure that we have robust cybersecurity measures. And there have been sessions going on about cybersecurity, which we witnessed earlier in the day. But we also aim at promoting innovation across the continent. I'm glad to say that outcomes from these conversations that we'll have, or we've been having prior to leading to this opening ceremony, are going to feed into the global UN IGF that is taking place next month in Kyoto, Japan, on the 8th to 12th of October. And I would really, really appreciate and love to see most of us take part in these conversations at the global level, using outcomes or conversations and solutions that we may have identified from conversations we've had in this forum. Whether it is participating online, whether it is offline, we need to take part in the global agenda so that we can learn and try to bring back conversations and see how we can improve the internet landscape on our continent. Dear participants, over the next course of today and tomorrow, you hear presentations, debates on the main facets of internet governance landscape on the continent. And I hope that we will jointly listen to each other and find lasting solutions that we can take back to our member states. Lastly, before I give the mic and not bore you so much with the obvious, I would like to thank my fellow MAG members. Wherever you are, you can wave. And also the Africa IGF Secretariat for the tireless efforts that you've given and put into organizing this great event. Dear participants, through the lively discussions that I'm sure are to follow, we will undoubtedly learn from one another by exchanging valuable viewpoints, sharing best practices, drive forward the agenda for a secure, inclusive, and innovative digital Africa. I hope that the forum, you'll find the forum very enjoyable and have a rewarding experience. Thank you and welcome to the 12th Africa Internet Governance Forum.
Thank you. Please, let's give another round of applause to Madam Nawoga. Thank you so much. Thank you. While the session was on, we received a couple of guests. Dr. Garba Barry, the DG of Nigeria's National Orientation Agency is here. Thought I saw, oh yeah, welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. It's my privilege to invite Dr. Magda Sek, who is the head of session on innovation and technology, at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, to give a remark. Please put your hands together for Dr. Sek.
Bonjour, salam alaikum, good morning, good afternoon, where you are. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and privilege for me to welcome you on behalf of the Executive Secretary of United Nations Economic Commission for Africa to this 12th edition on African Internet Governance Forum. We would like also to take this opportunity to thank the government of Republic Federal of Nigeria for ensuring that this annual meeting of IGF, African IGF, is both mindful and inclusive. We have seen a lot of participation of youth, of private sector, civil society, as well as member of the government, also member of the parliament. It is a very good progress of the way we think at the beginning to create this African Internet Governance Forum. I would like also to extend my congratulations to the African IGF Secretariat. They did very good job. I think everybody will agree with me. The MAC member represented by the chair, Mrs. Lillian, as well as all other stakeholders who contribute to this organization of this African IGF. I don't forget also our key partner like GIZ, UK government, and also as a private partner, local company in Nigeria. Let me remind you why we have created African Internet Governance Forum in 2011 in Nairobi. African Internet Governance Forum was created by UNECA in 2011 in the margin of the third Internet Governance, of the sixth Internet Governance, Global Internet Governance Forum. The objective is to continue to prioritize the regional initiatives that bring together government, civil society, academia, private sector, and technical community to engage in the meaningful dialogue toward addressing internet issue in Africa. Why in the program for the last 2 days, we have several discussions regarding internet fragmentation, the generative artificial intelligence, this emerging technology, regulation of this emerging technology, the issue of the digital infrastructure, as well as a key issue related to internet fragmentation. And we need also capacity building program, and why we want this internet to be free, open, and inclusive to leave no one behind. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 forced the nation and citizens to rethink and accelerate the digital transformation around the world. And we have seen a lot of progress in African continent due to the COVID pandemic. And we can highlight some key progress now. According to the United Nations Economic Government Survey in 2022, the future digital government, South Africa, Mauritius, Seychelles, and Tunisia lead in 2022 the digital government ranking in Africa. This country have made a lot of progress by using digital technology in the e-government service. Also, the fixed broadband subscription have jumped to 48% since 2020. And more than 90% of African population are covered by mobile technology. But the value of this indicator remain below the corresponding global average in the world. Africa is lag behind in this indicator. Why? But as end of 2022, we have only 40% of our population connected to internet compared to the global average of 66%. We have a lot of things to do on this. Also, Africa is a continent where the digital divide is huge between urban city and rural city. Also, the gender digital gap is very high in the continent. We have 11% difference between men connected and women connected. And this also can be a challenge for people to take opportunity of the benefits of this digital transformation. Another issue, it is a cybersecurity. It became a big concern in the continent. As you know, cybersecurity costs to $20 billion of Africa GDP. This represents 10% of our GDP. It's huge. We have a lot of things to do to fight cybersecurity, cybercrime, as well as a lot of countries are faced on the cybercrime using by terrorists, such as in the Sahel region. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Africa digital transformation must be prioritized if we want to achieve the sustainable development goal, as well as to achieve the target of African Union Agenda 2026-3. Africa continue to advance on regional flagship initiative. We have seen a lot of progress in terms of regional framework. I can highlight the African Continental Free Trade Area, the digital single market, and the policy regulatory initiative PRIDA, as well as other initiative working where United Nations is working now to develop the African agenda on digital technology, like the Global Digital Compact, to be the one, a unique program for the world on the digital we want in the world. And I'm going to highlight some on the Global Digital Compact in our session to be held tomorrow here. But this year, let me come back to the theme of this year. This year theme, Transforming Africa Digital Landscape, speak very well to UNECA role in Africa. UNECA has been a key stakeholder since the commencement of Africa Internet Governance Forum. And before, because we initiated this African initiative for the information society, and we support more than 44 African countries to develop their national policy on ICT. And now we have seen a lot of progress by member states. But let me talk about on 4 aspects of UNECA effort to contribute to this theme. First, the UNECA Digital Identity and Digital Economy Initiative for Africa. You know, digital ID is one of the cross-cutting themes on the digital transformation strategy. And over the last decade, the provision of registration and identification service has emerged an important policy focus for developing countries and provide legal identity for all. As you know, 5 million of African population live without any legal identification. And we need to provide digital identity for these people. And this without this digital identity, these people that can't access to the land, can't access to the social service. And the government can't also develop and plan adequate policy for their sustainable development. If the national plan didn't take into consideration these people missing, this means this plan will be not successful. Why we focus on digital ID, and we support a lot of African countries now to develop their digital ID program. And one beneficiary, it is Nigeria, because we are developing some flagship project in the region of Kaduna to see how we can use this NMC database in social service, health service, and other service in Nigeria. Cybersecurity. We can't use this digital, the opportunity of the digital technology without securing first our citizen and also our space. And why ECA focus as a big program on cybersecurity. And we organized 2 years ago the first African summit in cybersecurity in Lomé, Togo. And this meeting come up with a declaration of Lomé. And now we are working with the government of Togo to establish the African Center on Cybersecurity. And this center will help in terms of building capacity of member states and private sector technical community on a cybersecurity issue, as well as coordination effort between African countries to fight the cybercrime and other issues related to cyber security. Digital threat initiative, very important, and we want to increase the financial inclusion of the continent. We focus, we have a program focused more on how we develop this digital threat, this e-commerce platform in the implementation of the Africa Free Trade Area. And lastly, it is the implementation, the establishment of the Africa Digital Center of Excellence on Digital ID, Digital Threat, and Digital Economy in 2018. And this program is to support African countries to harness the digital technology for their sustainable development. And the center focused on several areas. First area, we launched this initiative called Science Technology Forum, STI Forum. This to bring together the young innovator to work together and to develop key projects. Also, in capacity building, as you know, youth has an important role to play in the continent. Now, we have this program called Africa Girl Coding Camp to support the skills for young people, young girls aged from 12 and 25 years. And as of today, 35,000 girls have been trained. Other activity at ECA, also we work with the government of Congo. We already established this African Center on Artificial Intelligence. We can't work in the 4th industrial revolution without taking into consideration the emerging technology such as this artificial intelligence, robotic, blockchain, and nanotechnology, why we have established last year the African Center on Artificial Intelligence in Congo. In capacity building also, we don't forget government, policymaker, and parliamentarian. Now we are launching a parliamentary capacity building initiative on various aspects of internet governance process on UCs, IGF, and the Global Digital Compact. To conclude, I would like to highlight that this digital transformation offers Africa a lot of opportunity, and the digital strategy for Africa acknowledge the collaborative ICT regulatory measure and tools are the new frontier for regulator. We should develop mechanism between policymaker, tech community, as well as the user. Also, we need to develop this partnership between Africa, between the African country and also the South-South partner, as well as this North-South partner, because in the digital technology, we can't go alone. We have to work together to get on the opportunity of this digital technology. Also, we are in the preparation of the Global Digital Compact to be a unique program on the digital in the world. And we need the view and input from Africa country and African IGF. It is a forum where we can get more view from African country because we need view from the public sector, private sector, youth, academia, civil society. And we need all to be part on this strategy. And I would like to request all of you here to think about what you want for the future of this digital technology and what role Africa can play. And we put it on this Global Digital Compact as Africa view to be discussed in the United Nations SDG Summit next year in 2024 in New York. Just, I would like to thank you all and wish you a fruitful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sek, the head of section for innovation and technology at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. He's giving us a very synoptic analysis of where we are coming from and where we are headed. I invite us to please give him another round of applause. Honorable Minister, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is a turning point in this program as we invite the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Bosun Tijani, to formally declare this forum open. The Honorable Minister, thank you. The Honorable Minister is here physically represented by the Permanent Secretary in the Nigerian Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy, Dr. William Alo, who is here seated. However, please put your hands together for him again. However, we will take the video recording of the Honorable Minister's speech, and thereafter we will go to the next panel discussion. Can we have the video, please?
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kasim Shettima, Your Excellency, the Senate President, distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, our distinguished guests from across Africa, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols duly observed. Good morning. Let me welcome you all especially to the Africa Internet Governance Forum 2023 in Abuja, Nigeria. I would have loved to be there to welcome and engage with you in person, but previous commitments mean that I cannot physically be present today. However, we are in a digital age, so rest assured I'll be participating and following events keenly over the next few days. Nigeria's hosting of the Africa Internet Governance Forum underpins our nation's commitment to spearheading positive change and fostering collaborations in the digital landscape. It also reflects our belief in the promise that the internet holds for the socio-economic transformation of our continent. Our Africa, brimming with youth, vibrancy, and of course, creativity, is at the cusp of a digital renaissance. We have a golden opportunity to mold the narrative of the internet, not just as passive consumers, but as active contributors, innovators, and guardians. However, with this potential comes great responsibility. It is our collective duty to ensure that the internet remains open, safe, and beneficial for all. We must work towards bridging the digital divides, enhancing cybersecurity, ensuring digital rights, and fostering innovation. As we go into the sessions, I encourage us all to prioritize a collaborative approach to creating and crafting policies and strategies that will shape the future of the internet in Africa, a future that reflects our shared values, aspirations, and of course, diversity. In closing, I'd like to thank the AFIGF team, including the team, of course, at the Nigerian Communications Commission, and all of the sponsors of this forum for their foresight and dedication to driving change in Africa's digital future. I welcome you all once again, and I wish you all a productive deliberation in our lovely city of Abuja. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. We have listened to the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation,
Your Excellency,
and
the President of the Federal Republic
and Digital Economy, Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is my honor and privilege to invite my colleague, Nafisa Osman Ruga, to continue. I'd like to stop here. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Omoni. Next, we have the high-level panel on Africa Digital Landscape Transformation. This session is going to be moderated by Nenna of the Internet, Nenna Wankama. Please come up. You're welcome. Next, we have the speakers. Lily Edinam Botswa, the coordinator, Ghana Youth IGF. Lily. We have Professor Alison Gilwood, Executive Director, Research, ICT Africa. The next speaker, we have Professor Umar Garba Dambata, the Executive Vice Chairman, Nigerian Communications Commission. And Rachel Ine, Regional Policy Coordinator, ITU Regional Office for Africa. Okay, okay, Anne is joining us virtually. So please note. Next, we have Honorable Samuel Nati George, Member of Parliament, Ghana. Okay, we also have Lillian Awoga joining us on the panel. So I would, at this point, hand over to the able hands of Nenna of the Internet. Please put your hands together for this panel. Thank you.
Mesdames, Messieurs, bonjour. My name is Nenna. I come from the Internet. It is 2 minutes to 4 p.m. in Nigeria. And every of these panelists here knows that this is when I should have been saying, thank you for coming. So I'm going to ask with you as witnesses if the panelists are still willing to give us their expertise. If they say no, we will just go down. Because this is the time that this panel is supposed to be ending. Honorable Judge, yay or nay?
A big yay.
Okay. Professor Gilwood, yes or no? Mike, please. Yes, of course. Thank you. Professor Dambata.
Oh, no, welcome.
Okay. My sister Lillian. Yeah. Okay. I'm only a moderator and we have 4 yeses. That means we can go to the next stage. Welcome. We have heard people speak to us here. We have Lily online, and I don't know if we have Anne-Rachel Ine, the Regional Director of ITU. Please let me know. Lily, can you say hi? Tell us where you are, please.
Right. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where in the world you're joining us from. And just like our poet said, Una well done, Nigeria. Thank you for the reception, for the hospitality, and that speaks so highly of us as Africans. I'm so excited to be joining in remotely today and to be meeting everyone. My name is Lily Edinamboche, and I'm currently in Cincinnati, in Ohio, and for studies, pursuing a PhD in information technology. Today, I'm also representing the Ghana Youth Internet Governance Forum, but also the Youth of Africa, to contribute to this conversation about how to transform Africa's digital landscape with African youth at the forefront. Happy to be meeting you and so excited to be contributing to the conversation. Thank you.
Right. What are you people applauding? You see young people? I'm going to turn to you, Professor Dambata, and give every one of our speakers 3 minutes to answer a very simple question, because we are here for transforming Africa's digital landscape. We've heard from the poet, we've heard from Maktasek of ECA, we've heard from Lillian, and we've heard from the minister. And my simple question to you will be, from your perspective as government, as civil society, as youth, as a researcher, as an MP, what should we prioritize? Because there are many countries, many stakeholders. From your perspective, over the 2-3 days we've been here and the next day, and when we go home, can you give us 2 priorities? Can you share from your perspective what you think will be our priority? We begin with you, Prof.
Well, thank you very much, Nina. Speaking from the Nigerian perspective, and perhaps we can draw a leaf or borrow a leaf from our experience. This is a very big country in terms of population, with 160 million internet subscribers active. I think Africa would do well to deploy infrastructure. And this deployment should be ubiquitous. If at all we are going to ensure inclusiveness in the way and manner the internet is going to reach people, not only within the major cities, but within the rural, unserved and underserved areas of our continent. I say this because look at what is happening. Out of the 25 least unconnected countries of the world, 21 of them are from Africa. Look at the level of internet penetration. The global internet penetration average is about 62.5%. Africa's figure is 50% of that. So we're really, our people are really not connected. And I think the central issue that must be faced in order to address the problem is to deploy infrastructure. It's central to the variety of services that we would like our people, to subscribe to, but especially internet. And I think I'll leave it there if my 3 minutes are up.
You're a man of your words. Honorable, apart from being re-elected, that I know, I can do the campaign, so don't worry. What else should we prioritize then?
Well, thank you very much, Nina, and a very good afternoon to everyone here. Now, well done. For me, I believe that one of the key things that we need to take out of this engagement are a critical part of the role that parliamentarians and members of parliament have to play in ensuring the digitization of our data flows and within the auspices and context of the African Union Data Policy Framework, the AUDPF. In fact, most of the members of parliament here spent 5 days from Wednesday last week till Monday, basically in a boot camp from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day, working on an output document on the AU Data Policy Framework. Because the AU Data Policy Framework is actually going to be that overarching guideline that's going to help all of us to structure both at the regional level and national levels, synchronized data policies. That's going to allow for data flows, because you can't do anything in this world if we're not data connected. And so we need to look at the data flows within our countries, respectful and mindful of the needs for data sovereignty as well, because the critical national data that must remain within the countries, but build a framework for how we can share data and how to have digital citizenship respected by our traditional governments to ensure that people use the internet in a free, inclusive, safe manner across the continent. Mindful of your 3 minutes timeline, I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Lily.
Right. I would say that humans are focal actually in driving digital transformation. And to say this, I would say that Africa has this very great opportunity because of our continent and what we have as a youthful population. 25% of the African continent is actually young, over 60% actually, is actually young people. And so for us, capacity building is one of the things that we have to prioritize. In actually transforming what we have right now as our digital landscape, it would involve transformational skills, it would involve expertise, and people who are the forefront of building technology and ensuring that there's an open and safe internet for us all to play in. This involves the expertise, the capacity building that moves us from just consumers of the internet to also people who build and develop. So that is what I would say is focal, and probably add that there's also the need for infrastructure and resources. So that is what I would say for now. And once we come back, I can expand on that some more.
Thank you very much. On behalf of all the African ladies here, tell whoever did your hair in Ohio that they are representing us very well.
Thank you. She's Senegalese. Thank you.
Senegal.
Yes.
Professor Gilwood, you've trained many people, you've contributed, you've been here since day one. No, you haven't been here since day one, but you've been along all this while. Where you sit, you've seen things move. What priority do you want to put before us today?
Thank you very much, Nena. We certainly have seen things move, but we also have seen a lot of Can you hear me? Yes. We have seen things move. And I think over the last few years, we've seen things move significantly. And we've seen increasing political will. I think we've seen a leadership and direction from the UN Secretary General on mobilizing us. But I think we also have a lot of continuities. And I think some of the continuities are around the persistence of digital inequality. And so I think this is really at the heart. This is our wicked policy challenge, is redressing digital inequality. And associated with that, because it impacts on it, is data justice, getting data justice. And I think, we of course do have ongoing challenges, traditional kind of digital divide challenges. There are, infrastructure deficits still in certain places, and there's certain services and pricing and regulatory challenges that we have. But I think we need to look at the evidence. And the evidence shows us that the biggest constraints on addressing digital inequality are actually at the human level. They're on the demand side. In many of our countries, we don't have infrastructure deficits. We actually have infrastructure for 3 and 4G across 90, 95, 99% of the population. Some of our least developed countries have those kinds of figures, and yet we haven't reached the critical 20% population mass in order to see the economic benefits. So I think we have to address this fundamental issue of digital inequality. This has to be addressed at a national level and at an international level. These are digital global public goods that now have global implications around their governance if we're going to realize them at the national level. So I think this is the really critical issue that we have to address. It is no longer an ICT sectoral policy. It is no longer an infrastructural policy. This has to be a transversal digital policy that will allow us to address the impacts of digitization and datification, both the harms, but also the uneven distribution of opportunities so that we can harness them on the continent for a single common market, for trade, for education, for reconstruction and development post-COVID. This is what we require in order to build a digital economy that is not only fair and inclusive, but is also just.
Thank you, Professor Gilwood. Lillian, You had asked us to raise our issues that can be presented in Kyoto. So I'm taking notes. So in case you forget, I will send the notes out about what the things we want to be represented as Africans. Mokta is asking us the things we want to be featured in the Global Digital Compact. So I'm picking these. From where you sit as CIPESA, collaborative research and ICT policies, is there something else that is important that has not been mentioned?
Thank you so much, Nina. Yes, I think there's one fundamental issue that is missing in this conversation, and that's the issue of digital rights. And I'm glad that the Honorable Minister in his speech, he mentioned the issue of rights and how they foster innovation. Currently in Africa, we are seeing a deteriorating civic space, offline and online. And where offline, this space deteriorates, people go to organize online. And when this happens, governments are also increasingly taking measures to try to curtail or come up with measures that do not necessarily, enable this kind of rights to be realized. And where there's the reduction in these rights, all these nice things that we are pushing, we may have the infrastructure, we may, push people to do transactions, but issues of freedom of expression, of course, in the rightful manner, issues of privacy, issues of how do we address, issues of misinformation or disinformation or fake news, how do we draw this balance? I think these are issues that we need to be looking at critically if we are going to spur innovation in Africa. One thing is what we've been seeing that, yes, being here in Abuja, there may be things that are happening in West Africa, in East Africa, but there's a common denomination that where there's oppression offline, there's also digital repression. And we are seeing quite a number of countries, instead of dealing and addressing with the problems of the citizens, they are rushing to curtail, shut down the internet, or, trying to freeze aspects of this innovative landscape that we want to look at as a public good. Let's put it this way. If, for instance, we usually look at the internet as a public good, like a road, and there are particular measures that you put. But if anything happens and you just come and put a blockage, you find yourself that you're not able to utilize this good in a manner that should be utilized. So when we are talking about transformation, when we are talking about cybersecurity, when we are talking about digital economy, we need to put the center of all this. What are the rights of the users on the internet, and how can we protect this? I think that's one of the other fundamental issues we need to look at.
Thank you very much. I've had a quick round of everyone. We've had issues discussed here over the Africa School of Internet Governance, over different panels, and there have been key thematics that have come up. Cybersecurity has been there, data and data governance. You've just added data justice. Artificial intelligence has been on the rise as well. The UN Tech Envoy will soon be putting up a high-level multi-stakeholder advisory board that will advise the UN on setting up a full agency on artificial intelligence. We have the youth online, we have the government here, we have civil society, we have research, we have MPs and all of that. What I'd like to understand is, are there loopholes we should be watching after? Are there things we should be mindful about? They may not be priority, but we should be mindful as Africans. I must tell you that the poet who spoke here today shook all of us to our bones. As Africans, are there things we must be mindful of? One of those, what is it that African governments should be watchful about, Professor Dambata?
Well, thank you very much. I think it is well to embrace new technology, especially nowadays we talk about the fourth industrial revolution, but we don't seldom address the risks associated with that technology, with other technologies, and the next generation of technologies that will be coming on stream. It is important to always think not only about the benefits, as well as the risks associated with technology. There is clearly an unintended erosion of security and privacy with recent technology, especially the 5G. There is unintended destruction of jobs. There is job inequality. All these manifest themselves, when you embrace new technology. They are not restricted to this new technology that presently we have all embraced. And I think it is important to prepare citizens, through deliberate policies, through measures that are either technical or non-technical, to ensure that risks are contained in the application of new technologies. If we can do that, then we will end up really inspiring confidence, in our citizens to embrace new technology.
I'm grateful for that feedback. Honorable.
Well, thank you. I believe that technology is evolving and there is very little you can do to stop it. It's like a moving train. And so what we need to do is to adapt to it and not seek to control it. And one of the points that I made on another panel was the fact that most times the reaction of governments and persons in authority to things they don't understand is to clamp down on it and control it and basically try to censure it. But what we need to begin to do in this age of artificial intelligence and cross-border data flows is for us to begin to explore the sharing of data, safe sharing of data, and also looking at data sovereignty, like I earlier mentioned, and asking ourselves, how do we categorize our data? How do we segment our data? What kind of data are we going to allow cross-border flows to happen on and share across platforms? And what kind of data are we going to look to necessarily keep in country? I use the example of my country, Ghana, where we've developed the national identity card. And the question I asked when the project was rolled out, a private investigation brought to my attention that the data was sitting on a server in Northern Ireland. So we had to raise issues about that and say that you cannot have the entire national data, biometric data of 33 million Ghanaian citizens sitting on a cloud server outside of the country. If you're having redundancies there, fine. But if you want to share data, fine. But biometric data, financial data, critical national data cannot sit outside the shores of the country. It's important to have those in there. So it's important we look at that. And in having this cross-border data flows, we then need to begin to sit down with the platform operators and tech innovators, especially in the area of artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence is basically machine learning. And if the statistics that Guy Berger put before us showed us that artificial intelligence is able to, with an error of 1%, identify Caucasian males, so white men, only 1% error. But when you ask artificial intelligence to identify Black women, there's an error margin of 35%. And that's simply because it's not getting the data sets that it needs to learn from. And so we need to begin to encourage data, cross-border data flows, to give these AI innovators the platforms and the data sets that they need for machine learning to see our skin color as not a virus, because we're at risk. And then for us to also begin to work with them to localize many of those AI-driven solutions and innovations. Because, for example, there's fantastic AI innovation in agriculture, in irrigation. But how does that technology benefit a farmer in Sunyani in Ghana or a farmer in Bruni Kebi in Nigeria? Because the language and even the intonation, if it's a voice-activated artificial intelligence, may be one that the farmer may not be able to relate with. How do we get access to these platforms, localize them in our local languages, and build a whole new cadre of local innovation that is contextualizing platforms for African content? I think that these are the areas we need to look at and explore.
Lily, I'm going to come to you in a second. If you are in this room or online, and you have one thing you think is priority that was missed here, or two, one thing that you think we should be mindful about that may not have come out, please gather it together, structure your speech, because I will give you 60 seconds after the other three panelists. So please, if you have a priority or something we should be mindful about, note it down on paper. And once we've gone around the panelists, I'm going to come to you online or in this room. Lily, what should we be mindful about?
All right, thank you. So I love that you mentioned the poet who began the session for us today. One of the things that he said that stood out for me was that innovation is not foreign to us. And I think it's one thing we should be mindful about. So in the book, History of Internet, I think it was written by James Gleick, he mentioned how the talking drum even gave inspiration to Europeans to be able to learn how drums were able to communicate messages. In the time, they had church bells, which were just for signals, just to remind people to go to church, post office, and all of those, right? But the African drums were conveying messages of when somebody was born or somebody died. It gives us the idea now of what we know as communication and the network we know as technology. Drums were used for messages communicated over many places. People will gather around, listen to what other drummers are saying because they were repeating what others had started from somewhere. It gives us the idea of repeaters if you work in networking, how we amplify internet access across a wide area. Look at how innovation at the time as Africans even began with the talking drums. For us to change what we have as an African digital landscape, we have to start looking at how to be innovative around things. And I'll say that one of the things that usually we leave out of our conversation is a need for humans. When we talk about innovation and technology, we just talk about the devices, the tools and everything, and leave humans who actually are at the forefront of building. So for us who are actually looking to expand this and for people saying, how can we change the narrative? I think that we should also take note of what the poet said, that innovation is not foreign to us, and to start building capacities. How can we do this? We have to tap into things that are existing. There's a global digital compact giving pointers as on how to have literacy, how to have access, and even look at what we have right now as our African Continental Free Trade Agreement. If you wanted to really facilitate or catalyze transformation across board, many countries will ratify this. How do we do this? Look at what is benefiting for you as a country, bring in what it is as perspective for you, and from there we start building up on it so that we can have results as an African continent. And even with that agreement, it even brings what you know as unity. I mean, unity is usually far-fetched from when we're talking about transformation, but that unifying force, that's an agreement for people to build, to pick up and build and ship according to what is happening in their country is required. These are guidelines, these are best practices. These are things that would benefit not just countries as individuals, but also the continent as a whole. So I want us to just prioritize what to have right now as capacity building, focus on humans, and also look at unifying the African continent towards agreeing on things that we are framework workable for all of us. And that is what I'll say would lead us or inch us closer to changing the times that we are in.
Thank you, Lily. I understand you have a hard stop. If you need to run at any time, please let us know.
Right, I think you're on time. I'll be here for some.
Professor Gilwood.
Thank you so much. I wanted to suggest that, one of the real deficits that we have is actually around public data, is around good public statistics. So we're actually making decisions on the continent. We're trying to make them African. We're trying to contextualize them for Africa. We're trying to respond to global developments around data. But in fact, Africa's not digitalized and we don't have the public statistics. We simply don't know where we stand, what we need to do, etc. So I think this is really a foundational thing in order to establish these frameworks that we need and to optimize these frameworks that we need. But even to go to Sam's point about, you know, that we need cross-border data flows to encourage this innovation and that this has to be done in the context of our, you know, institutional frameworks, of our frameworks in the continent, unless we cooperate on the continent to preferentially exchange data on the continent so that we can create the economies of scale and scope that we can, you need for a data economy. We can't do this at the national level. So I really think that the point that Lily was making too about our need for harmonization, collaboration, and also the, you know, the digitization of the continent. Just going back to my initial point, we cannot unbias those machine learning data sets because there's simply not enough African data. There's simply not the data to unbias them. So I think that, you know, these are the kind of challenges that we really have to address, these foundational digital public goods before, and not before, because we have to address them at the same time as we looking at the nice new shiny things, but we're not going to get just equitable outcomes from trying to harness those technologies until we've brought everybody into datafied and digitalized into the game.
Right. Lillian, I've heard innovation with an African flavor, data, DPR, Unity, data flows, and the risk. What else should we be cognizant of?
Thank you, Nena. In addition to what my fellow panelists have added, I think Lily touched a bit of it on the issue of digital empowerment, because we may not have all this, data, flowing into the continent. We may push for localization and all that. We may have the infrastructure, we may have the statistics. But again, when we go back to the actual users, who's going to use this data? We need to be able to empower the actual users from civil society, but at times civil society is supposed to work closely with governments. We need to go back to the basics. I think as technology moves, we also need to be mindful that there are people who we are leaving behind. And in the last 2 days, I've been listening in conversations in the pre-events that we've had, and you could hear there's an outcry on the issue of awareness, the issue of engagement. It does not matter whether it is engaging students, it does not matter whether it's engaging members of parliament, the policymakers, law enforcement. There's the issue where we need to digitally empower people to use technology. If it is policies, do people know what the policies say in terms of where do I, in case, let's just put it cybersecurity, a crime has been committed, where do I report? We need to go back to the basics. Issues of privacy, my data has been, compromised. Does the law enforcement know how to go about, enforcing this particular law? We need to go back to those basics to empower people to understand. And when I say people, it is usually us, the users, because I place myself as a user and yourselves as a user. I place my law enforcement at one point. If the tables are turned, this person becomes a user. The other thing, once we do this empowerment, we will look at the issue of digital trust. People will start trusting the systems. People will start trusting the technology. And where there's trust, innovation is just going to thrive.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. We have 20 more minutes, which I will hand over to you. I'm a troublemaker. I said it's 60 seconds. So don't bother introducing yourself. Don't bother for protocol. Just say this first round this is a priority. And you can do that in 1 minute. Or this is a risk. I believe you can do that in 1 minute. If it goes beyond 1 minute, I'm going to do this. So who has our microphone? All right. There is something about time management that sometimes we forget. The time we take to move one mic from another person is actually time. Gentlemen, in the mid, I'm going to ask you to move. please come to the middle here. Please come. We're going to take everyone who has something to say, but keep it under 60 seconds so I don't have to be rude to you. Oga, can you look at the number of people behind you? Voila, that helps us to know why we need to manage time. Let me bring down my timer so that you know that I'm serious about time management.
I would like to recommend collaboration amongst various research groups in Africa.
Can you speak louder, sir?
I would like to recommend collaboration amongst various research groups in Africa to solve the problem that we have been describing today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Africa missed out in realizing the MDGs. Now we have the SDG 2030. And we're talking about transforming African digital landscape. So my question is, how can we fast track this? I learned at a workshop last month rather, a country, Yen, that countries that are well developed, for example, Nigeria is well developed when it comes to internet penetration, digitalization. How can they help us? So are we having a DEX so that we can be proactive to reach out to the weak part of Africa? Thank you.
How can we fast track? That was the question. Right.
Good day. We have a big challenge, which is power. Most of people don't have access to power, and we cannot talk about internet without power, access to power. So how are we addressing that challenge? It's a big challenge. That's my question. Thank you.
Oh, hang on, Oga.
Yeah.
Are you asking for electricity now to be on priority? Are you asking the parties to solve the problem?
No, I'm talking about the priority, because if you are taking the, if you want to manage data, it requires power.
So you're asking us to put electricity
as a
on the priority?
Yes.
Autant, c'est fini.
All right. I would strongly recommend that there be investment in research and development. That is a strong area that if we put in a lot of investment, will unlock a pathway to success when we talk about digital landscape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, so in describing the unconnected, we often prioritize marginalized and vulnerable groups, but there is another significant group of people who have refused to adopt technologies. That is, they have the connectivity, they have the resources, but they refuse to adopt. Then pushing for more responsible indigenous content online not only helps strengthen data sets for generative AI, but also help give young people options for good content consumption in Africa. So this is a better alternative to content moderation. So we
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Mine is basically on education and also data centers. We don't have data centers indigenous data centers in Africa. We are solely dependent on Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google. Sorry, I have to use that language. We don't fund. Our government don't fund indigenous research labs. In the US, we have over 1,000 research labs where they pay you to ask for survey. Like if they want to release a product, they'll gather a group of people in a certain environment, and then they would actually do a survey, a thorough survey, a very detailed survey, and pay them. Thank you very much. Sorry.
We are not Americans here.
The priority, I think, which is under this program is data sharing. Let's stop organizations collecting data from citizens. The data is there already with the government. Anyone who wants to use the data must access the government database. Thank you.
Stop data abuse.
Thank you. Pardon, il faut mettre le temps de la traduction dans ma contribution, Nena. Donc, il faut que la traduction travaille.
Ben, je pouvais me taper la traduction moi seul.
Ok, voilà. Alors, priorité,
que si, sortant de cette rencontre, il y a les parlementaires, il y a des gens du gouvernement, s'ils peuvent mettre en priorité l'infrastructure de leur réseau.
Network infrastructure.
Le réseau, l'intranet de chaque pays. Si chaque pays a son intranet fibre optique du nord au sud, on n'aura plus les problèmes de contenus locaux. Voilà, donc c'est ça avec ce que notre ami vient de dire, l'énergie. Si dans le budget 2024 de chaque pays, la priorité, c'est l'infrastructure de télécommunications.
Merci.
Alors, quand on reviendra à l'IGF l'année prochaine, on aura pas mal de problèmes résolus. Merci.
D'accord. Network infrastructure and connecting the whole country north to south. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Just like the last speaker said, I want to agree with Professor Dambata. Infrastructure should be priority, but infrastructure in the aspect of internet exchange points. We need to learn to create multiple internet exchange points at various African countries, African states, that will enable us to create more content, have more data, reduce the cost of internet, and enhance connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you. Exchange points. You weren't standing, you were sitting. So we're not giving you that privilege. Thank you so very much. We had 8 people come here to speak. The next set of people will be only 5. If you have a burning question, because after this, I'm going to come round to our esteemed panelists. You've heard people now, and I'm going to ask you where you have hope, and if you can share any other thing that would be useful to our public. So if you have a question, there's already one question here. How can we fast track? Is there someone else who has a question? If you have a question, please come here. I don't care if it's a lady or a man. If you have a question, please raise your hand. Going one? Yeah. Anyone else? Are there people online who have any feedback? Great. Yes, sir.
Hello, thank you. My name is Nasiruddin Yakubu, the managing partner at Trilogy Limited, Nigeria.
I can't hear you, sir.
My name is Nasiruddin Yakubu, the managing partner at Trilogy Limited for Emerging Generation. I want to ask a question. What are we doing to engage the emerging generation? What I mean by emerging generation, the younger generation, because they use the internet so much now, from primary school to secondary school, now to university. But we are focusing on the youth only, not the younger generation. Is there anything for them? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Don't applaud him yet. He thinks he's a young man. Anyway, we have a question from Naomi Benjamin online, and it's to say, to ensure digital rights and privacy, can we inform the people whose data will be accessed to know what part of their information have been shared with third parties? This will also help with digital trust. I think this is one of the things that is close to your heart. Let me raise my hand. Should I go down and stand there and ask my own question? Because me too, I'm a human being. I came. I am a Nigerian living outside of Nigeria. So first of all, I'm already disenfranchised because I don't vote. My country believes that our voices don't count. But that's a different problem. We start the national ID and I'm invited to enroll. I actually pay for it, but I was happy. But then I noticed that my country is taken from, instead of data that I've given for my national passport, my country has taken data from the bank. and the bank has made a mistake. But that's not the issue. My issue is, why are there so many data holders in government? When I go to do my license, I will have to fill that form. When I go to the hospital, that I can understand, I will fill that form. When I go to the bank, they ask me to know their customer, and I will go to, and I keep filling the same forms that is on my national ID card. My birth date has not changed. My birthplace has not changed. My age will not change. I don't think my height is going to change anymore. And I have given that data to my government. And I believe that government should govern my data within government. Why is my data not being used by government when I've given them the consent? What has government done with my consented data that I've asked you to use? Thank you. Oh yeah, Prof.
I think Nena, it's like you're not aware about the harmonization of data as well as its management. There is a policy in place. This policy gave rise to the National Identity Management Commission. And therefore, all Nigerians are supposed to have a national identity number issued to them by this commission. I think all of us here, we have our NIN numbers. Exactly. So you don't, when you go to the bank now for whatever transaction you go, they will ask you just for the NIN. You know, when you go to, for the passport, you apply for a new passport or a renewal, that's the NIN. Is really what Nigerians are being asked. When you want to register your SIM, it's an NIN. Okay, so we have come a long way, to be honest with you. The one-stop shop.
Hold up, Prof. How many countries can say the same thing that Nigeria just said? That's actually the reason why I'm asking that question.
Well, I said this.
Ghana, are there Ghanaian citizens here who can verify? No, this is a high-level panel. Is it true of Ghana, Cameroon, Senegal, Uganda? Okay, Uganda, there's a citizen from Uganda. If you forget everything about this, remember that at least in Nigeria, your national identification number serves across. Take that message to your own government. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, let me just find out from the politicians in the room if I have permission to speak the truth. Because the question Inena has asked about—
How many years are remaining in your mandate?
I'm up for re-election next year, but I will win, don't worry. The question she asked about why we have multiple silos, let's call a spade a spade. It's corruption. It's corruption that's at the base of us having multiple silos of databases in our countries. Because heads of parastatals, heads of different government parastatals want to sign procurement contracts to have databases and build their own data centers. That's all this is about. And so until you have political will, like Nigeria has shown, like Ghana has shown, that says that we're going to build a national identity database and harmonize and synchronize all of these national databases into one central point of truth, so that you then begin to see savings in government on building different data sets, that those savings can go into healthcare, into other aspects of our economy, and cut out the corruption that is involved with building these ICT projects. We will continue to have these problems. So yes, Ghana has done it, Nigeria has done it, Uganda has done it. But let me be quick to add that what we may have done, I've not followed the Nigerian situation very well, but what we've done in Ghana with our Ghana card is the first step. But I believe that our card is a chip-enabled card. And so what it's supposed to be able to do is it ought to even replace your health insurance card, because it should have all of your health data that can be swiped
as soon as you get to a hospital. It should be linked to your bank account so that I could go to an ATM and withdraw money with my Ghana card. So there are several layers of functionality on one national card that we haven't really explored totally. And so these are things we need to look at and cut out the corruption as politicians and channel the resources properly. I hope I'm free to go back to Ghana.
Will say, Lily, you're a Ghanaian citizen.
Yes, ma'am. So this was something I've advocated for. Yes, and let's just say that even though there has been this transformation where the Ghana card serves many purposes, there are also times where people are required to go again and queue. And I think MP George will help us to take it back to Parliament and say we mustn't every year queue again for something new. I hear there's something about driving and road safety stuff that I have to go queue again for. The idea is sustenance and maintenance for our African country. We do it. It's held up to some time, and then it comes dwindling for some reason. So how do we improve with maintenance culture, with the idea of sharing best practices with neighboring countries? Like we've seen, some countries are here. How do we pick best practices from here and also send it across? Is this something about framework that has to be agreed on that everybody can replicate in their countries that is helpful and forward-looking? So like we said, we are all, we are all working towards one agenda. And so if there are countries that are leading, then those best practices should be handed down to others. And like I said, let's see that this is going through to, a great extent, it goes far and not the repetition every year. We see it, but every year we have to queue again for new things. So let's uphold that maintenance culture and ensure that all sectors are working. And that's how we can save some money and also get the different angles that are involved in transformation also working correctly.
Thank you very much, Lily Edinam Bochwe, soon to be PhD.
Thank you.
What are your final thoughts?
So just on the bio IDs or digital IDs, and the importance of integrating them across government and using them more efficiently and effectively, which obviously I think we've testified, there's been a lot of testaments that that's not been done very efficiently up to now. I think we just also need to look at examples elsewhere in the world and some of the challenges associated with this. So firstly, while we're doing all of these great things and you can go and flash your card at the health center, etc., with the majority of our populations not online, that again becomes another issue of very uneven access. They don't have the financial means to the financial transactions, etc. So that's why this issue of digital public infrastructures has come up so strongly. It's India's gift to the G20, legacy to the G20. And if it's done right, it's got very important aspects, to building this foundational infrastructure on your broadband infrastructure, your digital infrastructure, your financial mechanisms, and then a whole lot of commercial and public things that could happen on top of that. So enormous potential, but it's really only half the answer if you don't have your population online. So I think this is really, this is an absolutely critical thing. And the other side of it is precisely this issue of harms and trusts and digital rights that Lillian was referring to. If we don't have those in place, then these actually become, we've got lots of examples of exclusion in Aadhaar, the famous Indian ID system, and we're getting examples of those now. The most marginalized, the excluded, they don't qualify for a number of things. But where you don't have trust in government, where there's concerns that this data, and as we've seen, is politically abused for surveillance, for opposition, repression, those kinds of things. So we really need these frameworks that we're trying to get in place. We've got the data policy framework. It speaks about the importance of the integration of all of these systems. And of course, just to make the final point, that the objective of this is not only that they're working at a national level, but that we have free movement of people across the continent.
Free movement. Uganda woman. What are your final thoughts on Rolex and other things?
Unfortunately, I'm not wearing a Rolex, but I can show you how to make one, and you can wear it and eat it at the same time. My final thoughts are, I think I'm hopeful that we are moving at a pace. It may be not as fast as we want it to be, but we are moving somewhere, because if you look back 10 years ago or 15 years ago, we were struggling with policies. How do we get access? How do we get infrastructure? How do we get the cables to Africa? It is there now. And now we are going to the user aspect. There are legislations on security, cybersecurity, data protection. There's right now issues of how do we manage data, conversations around data governance. Do we localize our data? Do we have the capacity to host, data centers within Africa? The conversations are there. I'm hopeful. But the other thing that I'm hopeful about is the young people. Yeah. Africa is blessed with a resource that we need to tap in. These are people who are eager. I know we've had conversations where we feel the elder people are feeling a little bit excluded, especially on, the new technologies, the AI and all that. But we need to be able to tap into that resource and be able to empower them because they are the future. Where we are, things that we fail to learn, they are eager to learn and, be able to provide that.
Thank you. The youth is still a beacon of hope. Honorable, any last thoughts? 60 seconds.
Well, I think that we have the fantastic opportunity to build our synergies. And I'm just going to use something that happened during this IGF to explain to you what cross-border data flows and having synchronized data in a secure manner can do for us. The Ghana card is the only way you can get a SIM card in Ghana, or if you have a SIM card, to register your SIM card and keep it active. The same thing happens here in Nigeria. Now imagine if, and I keep saying that every Nigerian who has his means spends his weekend in Ghana. And because it's a very, very nice place to be in. They come and enjoy Ghana jollof. But and we also come here when we are looking for big business opportunities. So we spend a lot of time in each other's countries. But a Ghanaian who came here wanted to get an MTN SIM card and showed his Ghana card. And they said, we can't authenticate or verify this because the regulator has no access to your database. Now imagine if every Nigerian who came to Ghana and every Ghanaian who came to Nigeria could have that seamless use of our national ID cards because our countries are speaking. We're in the same ECOWAS. Then imagine what this would do on the African continent. Yeah. If I could travel into South Africa, Nigerians know the problems they face getting visas into South Africa. Kenyans have problems getting visas into Nigeria. All of these barriers can be broken if we harmonize our data. It's the future. Thank you.
But by the way, why will a Ghanaian need a new SIM in Nigeria? Were we not supposed to be roaming free, Professor Dambata?
Yes, I think there's a provision for roaming in the same way when we go abroad, we can be able to roam in countries that are even outside the African continent. I think there's a policy at the regional level of roaming.
We roam. The part is the free. My question is roam free.
Well, there's no service that is free.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Anyway, for final thoughts, sir.
Right. Thank you. To be honest with you, this event must come up with a powerful statement that will further enhance the level of cooperation between African countries, and we can start this at the regional level, the continental level. Of course, there are associations within the regional level. We have the WATRA, the West African Telecom. Exactly, and I'm sure other regions of Africa have their own regional bodies, and I think there's need to really bring these regional bodies together, and that will in turn will result in us having a continental body. Okay, and we can start with the AU. To be honest with you, the AUT, the African ATU, Telecoms, Union, can drive this process. We can share experiences. Nigeria conducted a successful 5G auction, and I get asked, how did you do it successfully? Nigerians enjoy 5G services, very, very efficient. We have 5G routers even in this hotel. Okay, and I think these experiences can be shared. We can be able to also learn from the experiences of other countries. So that is why we must find a way to enhance the level of cooperation from where it is, to a higher level. We take the level of cooperation and integration to a higher level, assess what progress we are making, and take it higher again, so that no African, feels like he's not an African, whether he's in Nigeria, Ghana, or any other country, in Africa. I think that's the direction we should be heading. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you again to the Federal Republic of Nigeria for hosting us. The person who is doing the language translation, I want to be especially grateful to you and your other colleague. Thank you very much. And those who are interpreting from French to English, Lily, to you that is online and everyone who's participating online. Alison, thank you very much. You did a long travel to be here. Lillian, your energy is awesome. Thank you very much. Honorable, long life to you and your mandates. Professor, extend our thanks to the minister and everyone who's having us. We started at 2 minutes to 4 p.m. It is 5 minutes to 5 p.m. My name is Nenna. I come from the internet and we are done.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for that wonderful session. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, we will have a few minutes of interaction with the press. That is short press conference, which is already set up. So you're invited to be there alongside Madam Nalwoga. You will join a press conference shortly. Dr. Sept will also join the EVC of NCC. Honorable George from Ghana, you and maybe a few of your colleagues, you just step up to 30-minute session of, you are going to meet the press to discuss what it is that you have come up with here. So that is it for now. EVC, you will join others upstairs, 30 minutes interaction with the media. They are ready for you. Yes. Thereafter, we will reconvene here at 7:30 for the gala night. It's for everybody. Thank you so much for participation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So Dr. William Allo will go upstairs. The head of section on innovation and technology at UN Economic Commission for Africa, Dr. Sept, Mr. Yomiaro Shafe, Secretary USPF, Madam Lillian Nalwoga, Chairperson, African IGF, Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, and of course, Dr. Magda Sek, and of course, Honorable George, and one or two of your colleagues, please. Also, yeah. Yes. We will need the hall to be vacated immediately so they can prepare for the gala night. ECTS, ECSM, you are going to join the EVC upstairs, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. I have a phone here. I have a mobile phone here. If yours is missing, please come with evidence. You will need to prove. You have to discharge the burden of proof that this is for you before a new panel set up. Okay, does it belong to a honorable member? We have to set up a parliamentary committee to ascertain. Those who are in favor say aye. Yes. Yeah.